Hello. Hi, it's me, back on the wall again. Uh, so I started a little bit earlier because these cases, they tend to get long. So, but we'll see. I don't remember the second one being like, oh, so much longer, but you know, judging how I thought I went into the first case being like, I know what happens, and then struggled because I don't actually know what happens. Ooh, yikes. Bump. Okay. Anyway, we're going on a plane today. Episode 2, Turnabout Airlines. For my favorite airline. The murder that occurred in my office. Shit, I directly talked too fast. The return of the great thief Yadagarasu. Thinking back, everything began on that fateful day 2 days ago. I feel like I'm still covering so much. 2 days earlier. Oh no, Edgeworth, the ketchup, the tomato soup. Oh my god, all the flashes. Go you! Yes, everything began high up in the air, 9,000 feet in the air to be precise.
Thank you for flying Go You Airlines. We are currently experiencing some slight turbulence.
Bitch, that doesn't sound slight.
We are asking all passengers to please return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts.
You look tilted. Oh no. No, my strawberry jam. Edgeworth, no! It's the good. Yes, there's a murder on the plane. Guess whose it is? Edgeworth. Also I can't sue Star, that's out of my power. March 12th, 6:13 a.m. What's with like every case so far has been at wacko hours. Okay. Flight G390. First floor lounge. Oh wow, look at that head shake. Edgeworth, you're so vicious. Why do I feel like I just woke up from a horrible nightmare? Check the time. 6:13, huh? Guess I was out cold for about 10 minutes. Ugh, slight turbulence indeed. Hey, that's what I said. Also, I do have to wonder, like, Edgeworth checking his time, checking his watch, and I guess just in general, people who work in the law. I'm like, because sometimes they'll be like, yeah, I left the store at like 4:12 p.m. and I'm like, if I was ever a witness in like a trial and they were like, what time did you leave so and so location? I'm like, bitch, I don't know, it's just in the afternoon. I don't check my clock that often, and not often enough for me to like remember it. I'd just be like, yeah, it was sometime around 3 or 4, I don't know, but like I wouldn't know the exact time. Okay, that's a tangent, sorry. So I wonder if Edward checks his clock with like something happened, let me check the time, just in case I have to give witness testimony. Oh shit.
For your safety, we ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts.
I've also realized I'd be a terrible witness in a lot of yeah, right? I'm like, please don't call on me. The opposite energy of what's her name? Lotta Hart. I suppose turbulence is to be expected on a flight. Though, admittedly, I'm less than comfortable with anything resembling earthquakes. No! Edgeworth, your wallet! Hmm? What's this? A travel wallet. But it's not mine. Oh. How did someone else's travel wallet wind up in my pocket? Ugh, my head! Why won't this headache go away? I'll take care of this travel wallet later, or hand it off to an attendant. Ugh, from earthquake-like turbulence to an elevator. Truly the worst of both worlds. What am I doing hesitating like this? I'm a grown man, almost 30 years old. Pull it together, Edgeworth. Actually, I know full well why I hesitate. It was when I was still but a young child. I was caught up in a murder that happened in an elevator. But how long am I going to let my past haunt me? It's just an elevator. I'm a grown man now. I need to behave like one. So much for behaving like a grown man. No, I'm kidding. What the? What in the world happened?
Is there something wrong, sir? I must ask that you please return to your seat.
More elevator trauma.
He's dead.
Please calm down. We mustn't jump to conclusions without all the facts.
He's dead. You did it. What's wrong? Then something happened. You murderer.
Well, no, you have it all wrong. It wasn't me. Yeah. This is okay. But like compared to other people's track records, i.e. Maya, you know, do you see him on the bottom the bottom right? Yeah, compared to some other people's track records of being accused, I think this is only his second time. Picked up the dead guy's travel wallet. Probably. Or the murderer's travel wallet. No, it's probably planted on us by the murderer of the dead guy. Yes. Apologies, there was something stuck in my teeth. What? Okay. March 12th, 6:14 a.m. Flight G390, second floor, first class. Second floor! First class! Wow. These are sights that I'd never be able to see in my life.
Everyone, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I have an important announcement. I am one of your flight attendants today, Rhoda Tenero.
This is definitely a pun that I don't know.
Unfortunately, we have just had a minor accident on this flight. Minor being, you know, murder.
An accident! Don't treat us like we're stupid! I caught a glimpse and it was murder! What? Murder? What's going on in this flight?
Everyone, please calm down. There's no reason to panic. This flight will stay on course and make its scheduled landing. We are still currently in the middle of a rough patch of turbulence. So until we are out of this area of turbulence, I ask that you please remain seated.
But someone was killed, right? I mean, what about the killer? Let me off!
Please, there is no need to feel threatened. We have already apprehended the culprit.
Yeah, this is also a huge ass, like, what kind of fucking luxury seats are these? In like a hallway that's this wide? I guess it's for the game, but like, wow. First class is crazy on Go You Airlines. I ask that everyone please remain calm. What the heck is he talking about? Why should we remain calm? And why does he look so good with his hands behind his back? My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a prosecutor, and I assure you I am not the killer. Huh? Being a prosecutor doesn't make you incapable of murder, buddy. I mean, have you seen the last case? Now you listen here. I am not the killer. I simply found the body.
So you say, however. I mean,
Oh my god, I'm so used to saying I'm it's a verbal tick. Okay. I'm sure that you are the perpetrator of this crime. I swear on my honor as a professional flight attendant. It was like, that's not a lot of honor. Oh, is that right?
I know what I saw. And there's even a very strong incriminating evidence. Oh, there's even very strong incriminating evidence to back me up.
Self-reported. What kind of incriminating evidence is she talking about?
We've already alerted the proper authorities at our destination. Until we land, you will remain in our custody by the powers vested in our captain. I'm very sorry, but please understand our situation.
Your situation? I'm more concerned with mine, and the direction it's going in. I'm not about to just sit idly while I get accused of murder. Miss Tenero, is it?
Yes?
I was wondering if you might give me a chance.
A chance? To do what?
A chance to plead my case. And a chance to ask you what you meant by incriminating evidence just now. To accuse a passenger of such a grave crime without allowing him to give a proper defense. Can the professional flight attendant inside of you really call this action righteous?
You have a point. Very well. I'll listen to what you have to say. But be wary of what you reveal. I'm afraid you'll only look even more suspicious if your explanation fails to satisfy. I also do not have time to deal with you all day, so please make it quick.
Of course, as you wish.
Good. Very well then. Let's get started.
I know for a fact that I didn't kill that man in the elevator. What I don't know is what sort of evidence she has up her sleeve. But I'm certain it doesn't fit with how the crime really occurred. I'm gonna tuck myself away a bit more. Okay. What Miss Tenero saw?
I swear to tell the whole truth as a professional flight attendant.
Do you put your hand on the flight manual, the flight safety guide, to swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? So help me, Boeing Airlines. Okay. Her pun is apparently road too narrow. Oh.
Unfortunately for you, Mr. Edgeworth, I am certain you are the killer. The scene I saw in front of the elevator. It was you standing there with fresh blood dripping off the murder weapon. So if you would please cooperate, we'll turn you over just as soon as we land.
That's it? That's her evidence?
I don't think you can ask for a more perfect witness testimony. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Edgeworth?
Not really. It's hardly perfect when there's a gaping hole in it. Geometry and styling skill. Yeah, her hair is really cool. Though you do have to wonder how it got like that. Like, what did she put in it? Hairspray. It's fake. Maybe I'll just press everything.
Hold it!
Tell me, what exactly puts the pro in professional flight attendant for you?
Well, it means we are very professional about how we take care of our passengers. Services like fetching papers and responding to calls are done with speed and accuracy. I can assure you that I give testimonies with the same level of professionalism. But I'm sure you have already realized that by now, right?
That's a freaky smile. It's a bit hard to appreciate your professionalism when I'm the one under suspicion.
And there you have it. My professional testimony is accurate and reliable.
Okay, girly pop. I'm certain you're the killer. Oh fuck, no, go back!
Hold it!
Hold it! You certainly seem sure of yourself.
Of course! A professional flight attendant can't afford to make mistakes, after all.
Perhaps. But you must admit that there are few who can look at a murder with a clear mind.
We attendants all go through extensive training and are always calm and collected. We'll even calmly serve you coffee, if you so wish, as the plane makes a splashdown. As the plane makes a splashdown. I don't know what that means.
I fail to see how that would be the calm and rational thing to do in an emergency.
Even till the bitter end, we are there to serve the passengers.
profession with perfection. She's the most aggressive Von Karma. Francesca Von Karma. Oh my god, the woman that you are. Okay. When it's falling in the water? Probably. When it's crash landing, when it has to come down from the sky in a way that it was not planned to.
That is the duty of all professional flight attendants.
You certainly are confident. Anyway, shall we return to your testimony? See, I saw in front of the elevator.
Hold it!
Yes. What did you see in front of the elevator?
That's what I was just about to tell you, Mr. Edgeworth. Framed by the elevator doors and bathed in the light coming from within.
It was you standing there with fresh blood dripping off the murder weapon. Okay, this is the weird one. The murder weapon, dripping with blood. Really now?
I swear that was the grisly scene I saw before me. Thank goodness it wasn't a passenger who saw, or there'd be widespread panic by now.
As I recall, you were quite panicked yourself at the time.
Excuse me?
You were scared enough to misread the situation and accuse me of murder.
Nonsense! Professional flight attendants cannot afford to be that flustered. I witnessed the murder scene, and I am now listening to your defense, all with a smile.
Apparently, you also lie with a smile on your face. So please cooperate, we'll turn you over just as soon as we land.
Hold it!
I'm not the culprit, and yet you would keep these restraints on me.
Mr. Edgeworth, please try to understand what kind of situation you're in right now.
And what exactly is my situation?
I have the backing of the captain to keep you bound in this way. We are within our legal right to restrain anyone who might threaten our captain mid-flight. In essence, you're in the same
Sorry. I can't.
In essence, you're in the same situation as someone who has been arrested by the police.
So I am to stay restrained until I can clear up all of her doubts. At least I'm close. Her mistake shines like the silver lining on a dark rain cloud. And I'm going to capture some of that light with evidence! Okay. So what do I even have? Prosecutor's badge. Picked up off the floor in front of the elevator. It isn't mine. Whose is it? Body found at 6:15 AM and stopped to fish for lunch. Go use Sky Magazine. Details, meals, movies, and other services. Ooh! I want to see this. Complimentary services for all your dietary needs. Best restaurant in the sky. Featuring items from the world's finest restaurants. Treat yourself to the cuisine of the gods. Wow, this is rich people shit. He wasn't even able to. Yeah, exactly. Flight itinerary. Oh, okay. This is like the schedule. Meals, drink, movie. All times shown correspond to our departure time zone. Seems very important. License to love, laugh, malm, and something genre suspense hard-boiled action. 120-minute runtime. New movies, probably. Thank you for choosing Go You Airlines. We wish you have a pleasant flight. If you require assistance at any time, please use the call button above your seat. Flight attendant will be served. Meals will be served at the time shown, but complimentary snacks and drinks will be okay. Yeah. Basic airline stuff. Except for the schedule, I've never seen that before. Like, where are you flying to and from, Edgeworth? I guess from like Europe to Japan. That is pretty long.
Objection!
Wait, I didn't want to. No, I didn't want to present it. I wanted to look at it. Oh my god, homeboy. Oh. Okay. Body. Cards. And then the statue. Oh, Go You Airline statue. Oh, okay, that must be their mascot. Did you present the badge classic? No, I presented this photo because I wanted to open it to look at it and I pressed the wrong button. Crying. I keep making Edgeworth look like a dummy. That's okay. Okay. Take a good look at this for it will prove my innocence. Well, say something.
I'm sorry. Yes, well, I gave it a good look, but no matter what angle I look at it from, I don't see how it'll prove you didn't do it.
Ugh! I must have presented the wrong item. Yes, I was never mistaken or anything. I am certain you are the killer. The scene, it was you standing there with fresh blood dripping off the murder weapon. It's too much of a story I think this is. Okay, this one plus the crime scene.
Objection!
Oh, just kidding. Oh, just kidding.
I don't want to go against the word of a professional prosecutor, but I don't think there's a problem at all. I saw it as a professional flight attendant.
Good. Shit, that was uh maybe it's like she mistook the wallet for the murder weapon, but you can't kill someone with a wallet, question mark?
Objection!
Okay. Miss Tenero.
What's the yelling all of a sudden?
Ugh, force of habit. Well, it doesn't matter. Miss Tenero. You say you saw the murder weapon dripping with blood. Is that correct?
Yes, all that blood. Drip, drip, drip. Just recalling that scene sends a chill down my spine.
Sorry, but your so-called professional flight attendant training has failed you.
What?
I'd like to direct your attention to this! KK Slider, I love that dog, okay? You know what this is.
It's a travel wallet, right? But it looks a little big and bulky.
The thing you saw me holding when I discovered a dead body in the elevator was this very travel wallet, Miss Tenero.
What? Impossible!
Now then, do you still think I'm the killer? That I killed him with a travel wallet? They let me through TSA screening with this! There's no way I could kill someone!
I saw blood dripping from the wallet. I know I did.
As you can see, this wallet is clearly stained. But if you would be so kind as to take a whiff, I think you'd agree it's only grape juice. Oh, I did not know that.
Then...
That's right. You mistook grape juice for blood. The murder weapon dripping with blood does not, in fact, exist.
No!
There, that should clear up that pesky accusation.
Wait just a sec. That is... I mean, even a wallet could be deadly if it was wrapped around something heavy. I demand that you show me what's inside, please.
She's trembling, and the tacked on please at the end. Sounds like I've got her. It was wine in Japanese to Google. No, I'm pretty sure it was just grape juice. I forgot. It was someone on the team who actually just likes drinking grape juice, so they keep putting grape juice. Like, in Apollo Justice, they also had bottles of grape juice, but they were like in wine bottles, and everyone's like, oh ho ho, I know what you're doing. But no, it is actually just grape juice. I don't know, unless it's different in Edgeworth's game. They're like, it's okay to drink in Edgeworth's game because it's Edgeworth. There's no need to look inside. Even you can tell from its appearance that it's light.
No, I can't be sure of anything until I see the contents of that wallet for myself. I need to see the credit card especially, and the numbers, and the 3 on the back, and the expiration date.
Oh, she's a persistent one. I suppose we have no choice but to see what's inside. Miss Tenero, if you would be so kind as to open the wallet and check its contents for me.
Alright, I usually don't pry into passengers' belongings, but we have no choice here. After all, he's dead.
KK Slider. Oop. Oh. Republic of Borginia. Passport. Borginia? That's one of the fake countries in Pole Justice, right? With the silk. It seems that this passport is all that's in here. As you saw, there's nothing but a passport inside. This renders your wallet was the murder weapon argument moot. Wouldn't you agree?
Hold it! Please hear me out, Mr. Edgeworth.
What is it now?
Well, I was wondering, whose passport is it exactly?
Bitch, why don't you open it up and chat?
Can I take a look?
Oh, why not? I'm rather curious myself. This is the victim. Not a passenger anymore. He's cargo. Oh no. P. Hicks. Akbe Hicks? Akbe P. Hicks? Wait, no. That's a type, not middle name. I'm sorry, I'm a dummy. Teehee. Boink. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. This is...
Just as I thought. This travel wallet belonged to Mr. Akbe Hicks. Akbe Hicks? Which makes it the victim's property.
Wallet data updated in my organizer.
You stole the victim's wallet, didn't you?
How dare you?
You said it yourself. You claimed to be holding this wallet in your hands when I found you.
Shit, she's right.
Perhaps I did misconstrue the wallet for the murder weapon, but it seems that it wasn't wrong about who the culprit is.
Okay. Miss Tenare's logic.
As you claimed, the murder weapon is not the travel wallet. However, it is something you stole from Mr. Hicks after you were done with the vile deed. I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple. You were out to steal Mr. Hicks' money, weren't you?
Oh, okay, I know the thing here. So even though I didn't have the murder weapon on me, you still suspect me, I see.
You stood up at the crime scene with the victim's wallet in your hands. How can I turn a blind eye and not suspect you of foul play?
Okay. As you claimed, the murder weapon is not the travel. Hold it! Shouldn't that be proof enough for you that I did not murder the victim?
Not at all!
Oh, and why not?
Because that wallet may not have been what I thought it was.
Okay. However, it is something you stole from Mr. Hicks after you were done with the vile deed.
Hold it!
You think I stole it?
Yes, I'm very sorry to say it, and I wouldn't usually be so rude, but it must be said.
Huh?
I never thought I'd see the day, but here I am calling a passenger a thief. Maybe I should put on a serious face and say it more directly. I believe you removed the wallet from the victim's personage.
It really doesn't matter how you phrase it. What I'd like to know is why you think I stole Mr. Hicks' wallet. Come to me, Rhonda, maybe. Yeah.
I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple.
Hold it!
I don't think I have any sort of motive to speak of. I've never met Mr. Hicks before, and our only connection is this one flight.
But that is more than enough of a reason.
How do you figure?
He was sitting in first class, and I think the implication is quite clear.
You were out to steal Mr. Hicks' money, weren't you?
Hold it!
Hold it! You think I was after his money? Where did that cockamamie idea come from? I don't know what that word is.
True, you are also a passenger in first class, but I thought something was off about you in those deeply etched lines on your forehead. I thought that, you were originally in, like, business class or something and they upgraded your seat. Like, it didn't feel like you belonged here.
They're not lines, they're perfectly normal and a part of my natural face. Those are called eyebrows, Miss Tenero.
I don't think I've ever met someone with such a terrible countenance on a flight before. Whatever that word means. And that's when it hit me. You have the face of someone with money trouble.
She really is making a fool of herself, pursuing this line of logic. I should spare her and present the piece of evidence that contradicts her testimony. Okay. Na, 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 na. Okay. Send this one. If I was after his money, then why is it all on the ground? I wonder if I might get a word in Miss Tenero. You're just classes.
What is it now?
Miss Tenero, I wonder if you noticed the contradiction within your own testimony.
What are you talking about?
It's simply impossible that the motive for this murder was monetary theft. One glance at the crime scene should have told you that. What about the scene would prove that motive for the murder is not the money? The money on the ground?
Take that!
If I may direct your attention to the things strewn all over the floor.
Ah,
That's right, the floor is covered in bills and coinage. By your rationale, these were the very things the killer was after.
ah,
I think we can assume that the wallet fell during the victim's struggle with his killer. And I would think that the killer wouldn't have noticed something like money scattering everywhere. Furthermore, as you can see, there's no effort made by the killer to gather the money.
but the wallet.
Objection! Ah yes, the wallet. You will also recall that the only thing in it was Mr. Hicks' passport.
Ah,
If you are really insisting that it was a crime based on greed, then you're claiming that it was all for an empty travel wallet.
forgive me, please.
Please! Hey, what the heck? Are you saying the attendant's wrong? So, the guy isn't the killer? Ah, don't believe it, everyone, it's a trick! Will you all please be quiet? Miss Tenero,
Yes?
you lost your cool when you saw the dead body. Plus, the lounge was dark and looking into the light from the elevator. It's easy to see how you mistook the wallet in my hand for the murder weapon. I take no offense that you thought that I was the killer.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Thank you for releasing me. Finally, my hands. Oh, Virginia. Or Virginia, the language, which is spoken in wingdings. Oh, what is it now? Mr. Nero, if you could please translate, I'd be much obliged.
It sounds like Borginian, but I don't understand any of it. There's another attendant on this flight who's...
I said that he's carrying the runabout.
The runabout?
I don't require an interpreter. I speak English just well, see? You, the attendant!
Yes, sir.
I want this person to be under arrest. Under the arrest until we arrive at the airport.
Why is he stroking the statue? Sir, can you stop that? Oh, I also like how the giant fucking vase is in the seat. I'm sorry, sir, but what exactly are you hoping for?
What? What is it you want? I'm finished talking to the likes of you.
Please, I would like to hear why you would like me to be held under arrest until we land.
You, how dare you try to waste my time?
You were one of the ones who stuck your nose into my affairs.
I wanted to spend at least even one more second with my precious heart. I have no time for other things. I know what you are.
I know what you are. I see through you.
Insolvent. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's how you say it in English.
I know what you are. Sorry.
You're probably friends with a blue suit and black-haired man, aren't you?
Well, I should hope that I'm not monetarily bankrupt, but I don't think that's what you meant. I'm sorry, but I don't think I caught your name.
I am Zinc LeBlanc II. I am a very wealthy man in Borginia, but I am not an ordinary rich man. I am an arch dealer, a rich seller of beauty.
Mr. LeBlanc, what did you mean just now?
Pardon?
When you said that Mr. Edgeworth was giving me the runabout.
I have to explain? Unbelievable. I will say it once and only once. I do not have even a second to... I do not have even a second to waste. Time is money, as they say.
Yes, and yet you continue to blather on.
I saw it. Yes, I did. I saw the victim go into the elevator. Go down to the lounge. It was exactly at 6 o'clock.
License to love, laugh, maim, and murder. Sorry, I know that's not the focus of this image, but I see. Okay, 6 o'clock, you went into the elevator. Dot, dot, dot.
And what's the significance of that time?
At 6, he says. Wait, you saw him at 6?
Oh, what's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
He understands, I see. Miss Attendant, what time did you discover the body?
Well, it was a little after that patch of turbulence, so I would say around 6:15. Oh,
Hicks was his name, was it? Then I say that man Hicks was killed in a 15-minute time span. And the only person in the lounge at that time was his prosecutor, yes?
Yeah, I was in my seat the whole time. Me too. I was watching the movie and enjoying a fine glass of grape juice.
I was still eating, still haven't finished. See?
The other passengers have an alibi, so you have no problem with them, I suppose.
There are only like 6 passengers in first class. I guess that really makes the first class. Also, I like how Edgeworth's seat has a giant fucking book that's just titled Law. It's just law in capital letters.
No complaint, I see. Not a single word against this, right?
I have no way of discounting what you have just. Oh my god. I have no way of discounting what you have put forth at this point. But it wasn't me.
Oh, so you say. But do you have, what you say, the evidence?
Mr. Edgeworth, are you really the culprit after all? Should I pull the handcuffs out again?
Mr. LeBlanc, I suppose you are quite certain in what you saw. Enough to give testimony?
Of course. I was looking at that man the whole time. Not that I was, interested in men or anything. He was playing with that annoying little small machine the whole time.
Machine.
Yes, that's what you people call it in English, yes. It was making me crazy with the click, click, click.
From that description, it sounds like some sort of small computer. A phone? No, it was his TI-84 calculator.
I believe what Mr. LeBlanc is talking about is a cell phone. I have to say that I did see him playing with it quite a bit myself.
A simple cell phone. A laptop or organizers I can see, but that's kind of low budget. Shut up, Edgeworth.
I hate that noisy little machine in his hand. Not a fragment of beauty. All it produces is ugly sound. Anyway, I know what I saw.
Miss Tenero,
Yes?
I was wondering if I might be granted permission to examine the crime scene.
What? You want to examine the crime scene?
If you would grant me a little measure of time, I'm sure I can produce the real culprit.
Huh. I don't like the sound of that. Box in the duck pen. Yes, I think that's how you say it in English.
It's Fox guarding the henhouse, and I believe my innocence was proven earlier. Pre-smartphone era. Yeah, for sure. Ace Attorney likes to be like, we're set in the future, and then everyone's using digital cameras and like flip phones. And if I'm given the chance, I can clear up all the remaining doubts. Miss Tenero, if you wait until we arrive, there's a good chance that some evidence will have been destroyed by then.
I understand. Let me see what the captain has to say.
This should not be approved.
Please, Mr. LeBlanc. In an emergency, all decisions are to be made by the captain alone. Now, please wait here while I go ask the captain what to do. I'll be right back.
You're not planning to erase evidence when you're doing your investigation, yes?
Of course not.
Ha! We will see.
Edgeworth holds that pose the entire time.
Mr. Edgeworth, you have the captain's permission to investigate the crime scene.
What? Unbelievable.
I'm in your debt, Miss Tenero.
However, there is one condition. I am to supervise you. Do you agree to that?
Of course, I see no problem with that stipulation. It's only natural as I am still a suspect in this case.
Grr.
I take full responsibility and will watch Mr. Edgeworth's every move. I will watch every nook and cranny that he examines.
Ew.
I hope this is reassurance enough that there will be no foul play.
Where my hug ass pose.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, are your arms not tired? Shall we proceed? If you should need my help with anything, please feel free to use T to talk.
It's time to head to the scene of the crime. The first floor lounge. Yippee! Hello. Oh, okay. I want what he's having. If he may have a word with you.
This snake so awesome. Nom, 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 nom.
That's great to hear. However, I would like to ask you a few questions.
I was here the whole time, so wouldn't know.
Eat or speak. Please pick one.
Oh, nom, 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 nom.
I think he chose to eat.
Yes, I can hear that. What about this rich man?
Hey, miss, how about another glass?
Excuse me, but I just realized how many bottles of grape juice that this man has at his seat. Holy shit. Excuse me, but I was wondering if you know anything about the murder.
How about it? How about a glass together?
Sorry, but I must decline.
I wasn't talking to you. I was asking the cute attendant.
Oh,
I'm sorry, but I'm on the clock right now. But if you need a refill, I'll be happy to bring you another glass at any time.
You got it, Toots.
that's no way to talk to a lady or a man. Okay. Don't get near me, you criminal.
He said, "Don't get near me, you criminal."
I'm not the killer, and I intend to prove that starting now. Also, I can understand what he's. That's contrary to the facts.
He says, "But that's contrary to the facts."
I can understand his English just fine, thank you very much. What's a lifesaver doing here? I bought it at the in-flight shop just beyond the lounge. If something should happen, having one would save your life. I think this guy would have been better off not taking a plane to begin with. I checked the bottles of alcohol. Look at all these bottles lined up in a row. It's a miracle they made it through the turbulence without a scratch.
Actually, we asked the drink vendor to clean up all the ones that did break earlier.
Then you mean to tell me that he put all these up here after the turbulence?
We are simply thrilled to have someone so interested in the variety of drinks available.
More of a language joke in Japanese? I don't know. Or Miss Tenero is just being a professional flight attendant. I don't think anyone should drink this much. There's such a thing as overhydration. Though I don't think you'd be very hydrated with these drinks. Okay. Can I check my seat? The giant book that says law. Oh, that's right. I was in the middle of recreating a chess game.
Just an observation, but aren't there too many red knights around that lone blue pawn?
Nonsense. It simply shows that the blue pawn is no match for the red knight's might. Ah, the blue pawn, you say? Against the red knights? Huh. Red and blue, you say, huh, Edgeworth? That's very interesting. It's my seat. Unfortunately, I didn't bring anything particularly useful for an investigation. Other than this giant book of law. It's not as if I'm constantly prepared for such a thing to occur. And yet it keeps happening. Has spiky hair and a pink queen.
Hurry up and investigate. Time should not be wasted. Precious as human time is how you say it, I believe.
Okay, oh boy, I'm just checking things out. What about this giant vase you got? Mr. LeBlanc seems to be protecting the gargantuan vase on the chair rather closely.
It's a marvelous face, though, isn't it? Yes, I dare say so as a professional attendant.
Why didn't you, why isn't this below in, Like, why didn't you check it? Put it in the crate and check it as a bag. Why is it in your seat? It's like it's too precious. What if it breaks? I don't think there's any real connection between a piece of art and being an attendant.
But I'm not just any old attendant. I'm a professional flight attendant.
As though there was such a thing as an amateur flight attendant. It might be the person sleeping over there. Sleepy attendant, yeah. Okay. This was Mr. Hicks' seat. I don't see the machine Mr. LeBlanc was talking about.
Perhaps it's in the elevator.
Maybe. We should probably head down to the crime scene now. Okay. Oh, the poster! It's a movie poster for License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder.
That's a Go You Airlines sponsored movie. It's a suspense, hard-boiled action, romantic horror comedy flick.
Oh my god. Is that the genre listing for this thing?
Yes, it's a movie that can be enjoyed by anyone because it encompasses all those genres.
I can't even begin to imagine what the plot would be.
But you have to admit that it piqued your curiosity, right? I heard the main strategy with this genre listing was to make people curious.
Well then, consider the mission a successful one. I'm down for them, yeah, right? Live, laugh, love, maim... We know. Live, laugh, love, maim, and murder. Okay. What about this cart?
How did you find your meal to be, Mr. Edgeworth?
Come to think of it, I forgot all about it. I must have been asleep or something.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Let me prepare you something right away.
What are you apologizing for, Miss Tenero?
I failed in my professional duties by letting a passenger go hungry. Please, help yourself. If you see anything to your fancy, feel free.
I think I'll take my time later, after I've solved this case. Thanks. Okay. Sleepy lady. Excuse me, but may I have a word with you? Ellipses. You there!
Oh. If you need something, please ask Miss Rhoda over there, okay?
Oh, what the? Hey, wake up, you!
I'm terribly sorry that she's being so rude, Mr. Edgeworth.
No need for you to apologize. I just find it hard to believe she's asleep on the job. If I were her boss, I'd see to it that her salary is cut so low that it was in the red. Hair for days, yeah, I know. Also, like, I just have to say, the difference between, like, Rhoda's uniform and hers... I don't think this is professional flight attendant attire. Also, I like how the uniform's designed. It looks like she just took the middle flap off. She just unbuttoned that, and it's just like a separate piece of cloth. Okay. Let's go. Poor Gumshoe. Gumshoe never sleeps on the job. In fact, he probably can't sleep with the amount of cleaning that he has to do.
In order to preserve the crime scene, I'm afraid the elevator is not in service. To get to the first floor lounge, we should take the stairs.
Which way is the stairs? Is it this way? Oh.
That leads to the emergency escape hatch. You can't go in there mid-flight.
What's the probability that the criminal escaped through here?
100%.
Oh.
Oh, let me finish my thought. I'm 100% certain they didn't.
When I'm searching for an answer, only complete thoughts need apply. I thought she would be like,
yeah, they're 100% dead, that is. They jumped off the plane.
So it's this way. Okay. What the kind of fancy ass flight? March 12th, 7:26 a.m. Flight G390, first floor lounge. I want to thank you for your help back there, Miss Tenero.
It was nothing. You should thank the captain for granting you permission. And just so everything is perfectly clear, I still don't trust you. Your standing with me hasn't changed one iota.
I see. I will bear that in mind.
I received an order from the captain earlier. He wanted you to know that. We reserve the right to stop your investigation if we feel you are not making progress. And when we do, he asks that you please return to your seat at that time.
How big is... Yeah, right? It has 2 stories. I've never been in a 2-story plane. I know they exist, but that's like... I don't know. I feel like that feels so, like, scary to fly in. Like, our 1-story plane, they already feel like, oh my god, how is this even aerodynamic? But 2 stories? What the... So my time runs out at his and his crew's discretion, does it? You were the only one once? Okay, like, does the 2nd story feel more unsafe? Because that's how I always feel. I have to find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's testimony before time is up. I understand. By the way, is there any place you can think of where the killer might hide on board?
I don't think so. After every first-class passenger was accounted for at his or her seat, we made a thorough search of the plane. As for business and economy class, no one can move between those 2 classes in first class without a staff keycard. And we found no record of a keycard being used at all.
Which means that I have a first-class killer on my hands. At least, I know that much for sure. Still all bad passenger seats. I was in the bottom, so I don't know. They're like, yeah, you have first class, and then you have extra first class, which is upstairs. And one other thing. No one else has been allowed near this crime scene since the murder was discovered either. Okay. Begin Okay, before I begin, I'm gonna go grab water because I forgot to do that. Stay hydrated, girly pop. Okay. First floor lounge. Now then, let's get started.
But where should we start from?
Let's start with Mr. LeBlanc's statements. The crime occurred between 6 a.m. and 6:15 a.m. During that interval, the only person in the lounge was myself, which would make me the prime suspect. However, since I did not kill Mr. Hicks, it means that the killer was around somewhere. Okay, where was the killer? What clues point to where the killer could have been? Okay.
If we are to believe what you say is true, then yes.
The first order of business will be to gather information to win your trust. Okay. Alright, well, let's take a gander. What floors does this elevator service?
Only the first and second, although it can also go down to the cargo hold. However, that requires a flight crew keycard.
So the only floors accessible to the passengers are the first and second, huh? Okay. I got 3 whole floors in a plane. I cannot imagine. I guess the cargo floor is usually existent, but I've always seen it as just like a round bottom trunk instead of an actual floor. I don't know how planes work. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Okay. Blood on the back of his neck. I doubt anyone was expecting to find a dead body in an elevator on this flight.
So Mr. Hicks, he's really dead?
Yes, bitch, look at him. She's trembling, although I can't fault her for that when there's a corpse right there.
Mr. Hicks, if you're really dead, then please answer yes.
I see she's over the trembling now, although a new symptom seems to have appeared. Anyway, I should focus on the victim's body. Let's see. He wasn't before, he probably would be by now. There's blood on the back of Mr. Hicks' head. Could this be the cause of death? He appears to have been struck very hard. Blunt force trauma. Wound on the back of Hicks' head suggests blunt force trauma, but what caused it? Okay. Even his glasses are broken. Oh. Okay. What about this thing around his neck? I wonder what was hanging off of this lanyard. Something's missing from this picture. Now if I could just put my finger on it. What about his ass? Oh wait, I mean his pocket, not... Of course, that's what I was looking at. There's something sticking out of his pocket. The tiny gold statue. There is blood on it, it's just kind of hard to see. It is the statue, probably. Hope you won't mind if I take a look at what's inside. It's a picture. Oh! Okay. It looks like it was taken inside a building somewhere. Found in the victim's pocket, a souvenir picture perhaps. Also his, looks like his phone that was on the lanyard. Wow, Mr. Hicks, you're kind of a nerd, aren't you? There's no grape juice residue on the soles of his shoes, making it highly unlikely that Mr. Hicks entered this elevator after the turbulence. Okay. What is this sinister-looking figure on the floor here?
Oh, that's a piggy bank of our company mascot, Captain Ugo. Ugo? Ugo.
Oh, because it's Yugo. Yugo. Ugo.
It's just one of the many pieces of merchandise we sell at our in-flight shop. This bank is a limited edition, and it's so popular that we're down to our last one.
You have an in-flight shop?
Yes, it's just beyond the lounge to the right. The shutter to the store is closed at the moment, but it was open the whole flight up until Mr. Hicks' body was discovered.
There's blood on here. Could this have been the murder weapon? Okay, let's check. Like the money on the floor. Money is strewn all over the floor of this elevator. I guess it was all in Mr. Hicks' wallet at some point. Huh. Okay. Microtransaction plain edition. Oh no. They're like, you can roll this gachapon to win the possibility of getting the limited edition Yugo figure. Okay. Somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold. Girly Pop, I don't know. What is the evidence I hold right now? Wallet, crime scene notes, Dime magazine, photo. Oh, maybe to like talk about his missing phone? Question mark. Eureka! Mr. Hicks' machine is nowhere to be found.
His machine?
His cell phone, Miss Tenero.
So I guess because it's not here.
Yes, I think we can safely deduce that the killer took it. Missing cell phone. The victim supposedly had one, but it has gone missing. Did the killer take it? Question mark. Okay. Then we should be done here. I guess I can piece together the murder weapon. A statue with blood on it lying next to the body of a man who was beaten to death.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I think I figured something out.
Yes? What is it?
The way the blood is on this, it looks like it matches up with the wound on his head.
Well, aren't we deserving of the master of the obvious title?
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't you think that's worth investigating?
It would appear that this figurine is our murder weapon.
Oh, I just knew it! I mean, I can't think of any other connection.
Perhaps Master of the Oblivious would be more befitting. You savage. Okay. Where the killer would have been. Victim's body is said in the connects. Can I connect these two? Okay. True, there wasn't anyone else in the lounge other than myself right before the turbulence. But if the killer was in the elevator along with the victim, then that's a different story. Okay, in the elevator with Hicks, if I could prove that that the killer rode the elevator with Hicks, I should be home free. Okay, and then I have nothing else. Alright. Oh, okay. So the broken grape juice. You need a gumshoe to help Edgeworth every time. It's like not even there to really help him because Edgeworth's doing most of the heavy lifting in terms of actual investigation work. They're just there for literal emotional support. Gumshoe finds a new job as an emotional support animal. There's some spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. I assume it was spilled during the turbulence.
Oh, we must clean that up, or someone might get hurt.
Aha!
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I found some very important evidence. What is an important piece of evidence in this scene? The footprints and the tracks?
Take that!
Take that!
What is it?
They're a little smudged, but I think we can both agree that they are a set of footprints.
So you think...
Yes, these belong to our killer.
Oh, then maybe we should check the shoe sizes of everyone in first class.
I don't think that would be of any help to us. Unfortunately, the prints are too smudged, which will make it hard to get a definitive match.
Oh, I see.
So they went that way. A pity that a bronze statue knows not when a good drink has been spilled at its feet.
This is a statue of our founder, Mr. Hugo Hughes, who was a big fan of grape juice. I'm sure he would be thrilled if he knew so much grape juice was here at his feet.
Is that a hint of hero worshipping I detect? Interesting. Okay.
The in-flight shop is just beyond these shutters. But we don't have permission to open them, so I'm afraid I must leave them closed.
There must still be clues to be found here in this lounge. I must remain ever vigilant. There's like, I guess the extra markings on the statue there are just from the grape juice. Glasses and candles thrown into disarray by the turbulence.
It's been a while since I've seen this big of a mess.
It's terribly embarrassing, but I thought it was an earthquake for— oh, sorry,
It's terribly embarrassing, but I thought it was an earthquake for a second. And I frantically started searching for gas valves to shut off.
I guess the shaking of the plane was bad enough to be mistaken for a real earthquake. Not that I would know, since I was unconscious for most of it. Wait, no! I don't know! No, go back, sorry. Wait. Oh my god. Okay. This is what I mean. It's like giving us a RPG Maker type of 2D game. Capcom's letting us have too much power with the Ace Attorney character. This is Miles Edgeworth specifically. This toppled over chair, yet another victim of the turbulence.
Ah, no! Look at all that grape juice staining the back! I may not look it, but this chair was extremely valuable.
It was.
Yes, it was used when the Rocker Pals came to this plane. The Rocker Pals leader sat in this very chair.
I'm sorry, but what are these Rocker Pals?
I can't believe you've never heard of them. They're all the rage. The Rocker Pals are an extremely popular international band. They added the pals part as they became more popular, especially among teens. I heard that a certain green jacket wearing detective took his catchphrase from them.
Oh, that explains it. I'm not really one for the music of today. Maybe I should ask Detective Gumshoe about them later. I'm sure he knows a lot about pals. Okay. On second thought, I can already see how confusing the conversation would get. I called the joke. I see ahead, the foresight. Okay. There are some tongs in a bucket here. But Maya would like them to. For sure. What or who is this? Oh no, that's the statue.
It's a statue of the founder of GoU Airlines, Mr. Yugo Years.
Okay.
The one on the left is of when he was in his 40s, and the other is of him in his 80s.
Did the man age at all over those 4 decades? Maybe I need to squint more. Never mind, it was not the bucket. These counter windows offer a glimpse of the sky, but these clouds, they tell me nothing.
Mr. Edgeworth? You look like you're talking to the clouds.
Is that so? Then tell me, what do you suppose I said to them?
I don't know, but it looked like a rather one-sided conversation.
The clouds, they tell me nothing. You okay, Edgeworth? Of course not. There are a few copies of Sky Magazine in the magazine rack.
This month's special is an English trivia quiz.
It's not a bad idea. I've heard that the youth of today don't know a particle from a participle. And he'd be right.
Now, please don't go around confusing people with made-up words, Mr. Edgeworth. Who's ever heard of such a silly word as participle?
Case in point. Elevator trauma's getting to him. These bottles and glasses must have been broken by the turbulence. There's quite a bit of broken glass here. Please be careful when passing through the area.
Thank you very much for the warning, Mr. Edgeworth. However, no matter how kind you are towards me, know that it does not clear up any suspicions I have of you.
I wasn't warning you for the sake of clearing my name. Please, and they say chivalry is dead.
This door leads to the flight attendant's room, but please understand that it is off limits to unauthorized personnel.
The room is giving off the scent of women's perfume. One would think that perfume would smell great, however to me it simply smells. I see. Not that I have any interest in what lies behind this door. Or women in general, I mean what?
Perhaps we should return to the investigation, Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth?
Sorry, I spaced out for a second there. Where's that president that looked the photo up there? This one. Okay, giant piano on a plane. Only interested in a blue suit, spiky haired individual. You hit the point. This grand. Oh shit.
It can play the music of whatever CD we insert into its CD drive.
That's not a piano, it's more like an overgrown music box.
But its keys depress along with the music, as though there really is someone playing it.
Some people have entirely too much money to waste on overly complex toys. Is that it? I think I might have gotten everything. Broken glasses. In the elevators and spilled grape juice. Did these two connect together? I don't know. I have it!
I'm sorry, but I don't understand, Mr. Edgeworth.
I can prove that someone other than myself was here around the time of the murder.
What? Really?
Yes, it's rather simple actually. The proof is in the pudding, or rather the grape juice in this case. These footsteps here confess to me this very fact, that someone exited the elevator alive. Seeing as how the victim is dead, that would mean a second person.
But couldn't the footprints be from Mr. Hicks himself?
But if you take a look at our victim's shoes, you can see that the souls are spotless, which
Which means...
Mr. Hicks wasn't alone in the elevator. In fact, it's quite the opposite. There was actually one other person inside the elevator. This building here looks like footprints of it being dragged. Okay. Investigation complete! Thank you. What's going on over there?
Unforgivable. This is unforgivable. Do you understand what I'm saying? The movie is late. It's the same level of bad as if the plane arrived late.
But the movie...
What? I will not talk to you anymore. You're just wasting my time.
What is the matter, Mr. LeBlanc?
If there is no
If there is no emergency, please return to your seat, sir.
do not tell me what to do. I need not to sit down. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, did you prove you are innocent yet?
If you would like, I will prove my innocence to you right now.
What? Nonsense! Are you saying my eyewitness testimony is mistaken?
Not mistaken. Merely that there is room for doubt. Angry pointing.
Objection!
I'd be more honored. Oh my god. I'd be most honored if you could please tell me what you saw in detail once more.
Fine, sue yourself.
What I saw.
I'm certain I saw Mr. Hicks under that elevator. It was when the needles on my pocket watch pointed to the 6 and the 12. The body was discovered 15 minutes after that in the lounge, Resh. Then you, the only person in the lounge at that time, must be the criminal.
Mr. LeBlanc's conclusions seem to make logical sense. After all, the only person in the lounge at the supposed time of murder was me.
So, my eyewitness testimony. If you think you can destroy it, then come, let me see. Hurry, do I look like a man who's having the time to wait for you?
And why is he so irritated? I'm the one accused of murder here. Anyway, I must find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's account somehow, and fast. Speed. Sorry, I saw Mr. Hicks enter that elevator. Hold it! Mr. LeBlanc, were you able to get a good look at the inside of the elevator at that time?
Of course, I saw what it was inside.
And you were sure that the victim was in the elevator alone?
Yes, the only person inside was that Mr. Hicks man.
This last outburst is a bit too important to let go. Oh, the only person inside was the Mr. Hicks man. Was he really alone?
Of course, I will bet even 1 cent.
A cheap ante for a cheap testimony. Well, if that's how you want to play it, I'll happily take your 1 cent. It was when the needles on my pocket watch pointed to the 6 and the 12. I assume the pocket watch in this case is the one you'd keep checking, is that correct? I'll take the cent.
Oh, you noticed. It's a very expensive antique, I will have you know. The feeling is wonderful when I fully wind it up in my hand.
It does look very well designed and quite classy.
I will have to charge you if you want to touch it.
That's quite alright. Let's continue with your testimony.
Huh, what a cheap man you are! Now return the time you wasted back to me! And, if we must, I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator at 6 o'clock.
The body was discovered 15 minutes after that in the lounge, yes. Okay. It's true that I found the victim's body at 6:15.
And that's when I found the 2 of them as well.
You see, it all matches my testimony. Then you, the only person in the lounge at that time, must be the criminal.
Sorry, I had to yawn. That is the most mistaken way of thinking I've ever heard of.
Hold it! No. Your silly opinion is what is mistaken.
Please calm down, the both of you. In a sense, you are both mistaken.
Well, if that isn't the pot calling the kettle black, then I don't know what is. I spy a little hole in his words. As you wish, Mr. Blanc, I will now show you proof of my innocence. Okay. After that, the only person inside the elevator was that Mr. Hicks man. I think just this is okay.
Objection!
Yahoo! Mr. LeBlanc,
What is it?
there's a very glaring contradiction in your testimony.
What do you mean?
Please take a look at the area in front of the elevator. There, at the spilled grape juice.
Yes, and will you admit you also spilled it with the blood?
No, it spilled itself during the turbulence. But the interesting thing here is the set of grape juice footprints.
Footprints?
Yes, the ones that lead from within the elevator out into the lounge itself. It's evidence that proves that someone other than Mr. Hicks exited the elevator alive.
Oh!
There must have been another person in the elevator with Mr. Hicks. Now then, I'm done playing games. Why don't you tell us the truth?
Can you please translate for us? No way, that's totally impossible, I guess is what he said. No way, that is totally impossible. I know there was no other person in there. I saw it with my own eyes. If you want to know what I think, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't think Mr. LeBlanc is lying to us.
I suppose she's right. He doesn't seem to be lying. But then, what does it mean? What about this contradiction? Mr. LeBlanc, please, just once more, will you recall the details of what you witnessed for me? Think that top is airline approved? Yeah, no, I think you're supposed to wear it with the thing on top, like how, what's her name is wearing it. The professional.
I was very upset with when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat. I was always checking the time over and over again. I happened to follow that man with my eyes when he passed me.
Rhoda, yeah. I forgot her last name, which is what Edgeworth keeps referring to her as.
And I saw clearly into the elevator he was entering. But I swear, there was no one else inside. No one! Mr. LeBlanc, if you could please calm down. What? Dare you to have an issue with my eyewitness testimony?
Oh, Tanira, that's her last name.
No, not at all. Please forget I said anything.
Yet again, he doesn't appear to be lying. But I can't let this testimony stand as the truth. That's not part 2. I was very upset when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat.
Hold it!
So, are you still upset now?
I'm always upset. The only time I'm not is when I have a piece of art in my hands.
It's surprisingly easy to believe that about him.
But I was even more upset when Mr. Hicks walked by me.
I was always checking the time over and over again.
Hold it!
Why were you so attentive to the time?
Because something unforgivable was happening.
Come to think of it, you were yelling about something unforgivable earlier.
I was giving a complaint to the attendant about the movie starting time. Return back to me my time and money. You understand the point.
Movie? Is he talking about the in-flight one that's mentioned in the magazine? A summary of the plot and its start time. Interesting.
They were supposed to show License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder.
See, he's always upset.
I cannot see that movie in my country. You can only see it on international flights. In fact, that's the whole reason why I even booked this flight. I looked forward greatly to that movie. I checked my pocket watch whenever possible so I would not miss it. I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came on board. So my watch is not wrong, it matched the schedule. But the movie was still late. Very, very late.
Hold it. Your pocket watch. I'd like to ask you a little more about it if that's alright. The movie I wanted to see would not start, so I checked my pocket watch many times.
Hold it!
So this movie you mentioned, is the one listed in the Sky magazine?
Yes.
Wait, yeah. His pocket watch is wrong, because the time is not based on destination time. I think it's... Actually, let me check again. It's the time zone. That's definitely the time zone. Departure time. Yeah, not destination.
I was so looking forward to watching License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder.
Miss Tenero, was this movie shown on this flight?
Yes, it was shown at the scheduled time.
Isn't it possible you simply slipped through it by accident?
Nonsense. You doubt me?
No! Now stop pointing at me like that! Finger guns are real guns! Odd. How did he miss a movie that he was clearly hoping to see? Ironically, the movie's starting right now. Could you imagine? It's like, actually, Mr. LeBlanc, you better hurry back to your seat. It's starting right now.
I checked my pocket watch a great number of times. That much I know for sure.
Okay. My watch is set to my destination's time. I always set it when I board the plane.
Hold it!
You're sure about what you just testified, Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes, of course. I am a very busy man. I'm immediately busy when I land. I have many places to go, and no time to waste adjusting my pocket watch.
I see. That was a very valuable statement you just made.
Flatter me all you want, but you will not get 1 cent out of me.
That's alright. All it requires is this piece of testimony. I happened to follow that man with my eyes when he passed me.
Hold it!
Since you only happened to see him, is it possible that you missed something in that glance? Or it is possible?
Even if I only happened, I did not miss a thing.
Then how can you be so sure?
Just because.
I would appreciate it if you didn't take my life so lightly with a simple just because.
Well, then I was only making a joke. I saw Mr. Hicks, alright?
And I saw clearly into the elevator he was
Hold
entering.
it!
So you offered the cent already?
This is the second set.
Is it possible that someone was hiding inside?
What? You dare insult me? I have belief in my eyesight. When I look for her to sell, I am told often I have great sights for the arts.
I think the phrase you were looking for was great sense, although that's debatable. But isn't it possible someone was just outside of your line of sight?
You are persistent. I tell you, I looked clearly.
But I swear there was no one else inside. No one.
Hold it!
Why do you insist that you were absolutely not mistaken?
Because when I say I'm not wrong, I am not wrong. Mr. LeBlanc, if I may, I think beyond misconceptions and mistakes lies the truth.
Funny, that suspiciously mirrors something I told her only a little while ago.
I honestly don't think Mr. LeBlanc is lying.
I don't think he's lying either. But I think he might be mistaken about something.
Mistaken?
Yes, and I'm going to correct his mistaken recollection with evidence.
And this professional attendant shall witness the prowess of a professional prosecutor.
Okay.
Objection!
Mr. LeBlanc, you said this just now in your testimony. I set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came on board. Now, if your watch had been set to our destination's time zone, it would mean that your watch is displaying the time of our destination. It's like,
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yes, and the correct time is worth its 6 cents.
oh shit, 6 cents? I would like you to take a look at this. If you believe this Sky magazine, clocks on this flight run in accordance with the time of our departure time zone. Of course, the movie schedule was also created with that in mind. Time inflation is crazy, yeah. Miss Tenero, for confirmation's sake, what time zone is fuck? What's the... What time zone is the flight aligned to right now?
Well, we made a short stop at a transfer point.
That's right. It was in that small Asian country, the Republic of Jungfa.
But we didn't readjust our onboard clocks at that time. So right now, we are still running on Borginian time.
What? The time difference between Virginia and our destination is 9 hours. In that case, it's only natural that your watch would be out of sync with the schedule. Further, with your analog watch set to our destination's time, it would appear to be running 3 hours fast when compared to the flight's onboard clocks. It also changes everything about your testimony. And you can bet 1,000,000 cents on that. In light of this information, it means you saw Mr. Hicks 3 hours prior to 3 a.m. 3 hours prior at 3 a.m.
1,000,000 cents!
This should clear up all the remaining accusations.
So, this basically widens the time frame for the time of death, right?
Yes, because Mr. LeBlanc saw the victim enter the elevator at 3 a.m. It means that the time of death could be anywhere from 3 to 6:15 a.m. The question now is, where was Mr. Hicks during that span of time, and what was he doing?
I've got something to say.
And you are?
Yeah, I'm Cammy Mia. I'm a flight attendant.
And what is it you wish to say?
Well, I think your story is a little different from how I remember it. What do you mean, Cammy? I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m., you know?
What? How can you be so sure of the time? It's not even. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. He pushed his call button while we were parked at the transfer point.
Oh, the stop we made for refueling the cargo transfer in Junfa, correct? Message from Captain Hugo. This flight will be making a brief stop to refuel and transfer cargo between 4 and 5. We ask that all passengers remain on board at the time. Thank you for your cooperation. What? So, we basically had a connection flight, though we didn't have to get off the plane, but we had to land. What kind of first class is this? It must have been cheaper.
Yes, it was from 4 to 5 a.m. according to our clocks.
And during that time, did any of the passengers leave, or did any new ones board this flight? Make a custom magazine for each flight. Holy shit. Yeah, right? Well, see how they can afford all this other stuff. Did any passengers leave, or did anyone new ones board?
No. Not a single person got off or on in Jinfa.
What about the flight crew?
The few who were handling the cargo transfer might have temporarily gotten on or off. But eventually everyone, including Cammy and myself, came back on the plane.
So basically, I can assume that no one left or got on since our initial takeoff. Your face, yeah. Interesting, I should keep that in mind. Refueling and Jinfa data jotted down in my organizer. Made a brief stop from 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. to transfer cargo and refuel.
Yeah, and I answered his call. I can tell you Mr. Aki Hicks was there in his seat when he took off again at 5 a.m.
Okay, Miss Meal's testimony. Mr. Aki Hicks was there in his seat when we took off again at 5 a.m. Okay. Alright, then that puts the time of the murder between 5 and 6:15 a.m.
Okay, now what time did you come down to the lounge, Mr. Edgeworth?
I remember coming down here almost as soon as we left the Republic of Junfa. Oh!
You were here the whole time from 5, yes? Then you are the only one who could have been the killer.
Mr. Edgeworth. So after all this time, you're still the... Were you really here in the lounge the entire time from 5 a.m. onwards?
Unfortunately, yes.
But then, how do we explain the footprints?
Is that not obvious? This man waited for Mr. Hicks here in this lounge, waited to kill him. And then he put the corpse into the elevator. That's when the turbulence happened. My eyewitness testimony may have been mistaken. Well, what time I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator on the second floor does not matter.
because the entire incident concluded here in this lounge.
You didn't tell us the tickets for this place are 1,000,000 pennies per person. That would be believable. Everything happened in this lounge. Is that what you really believe, Mr. LeBlanc?
Well, do you have another idea?
I simply feel that there is something out of place in the scenario you presented. Is there something that can tie this crime to a location other than this lounge? The footprints, right? Like because it went to the shop.
Take that!
These footprints, in which direction do you think these are headed?
That would be the in-flight shop. The in-flight shop.
Correct. They are headed in the direction of the shop.
But they look disconnected. They end all of a sudden.
You're right to point out that they do not form one continuous trail to the shop. However, there's another piece of evidence that connects the shop to our crime scene. Besides the footprints, what else points to the in-flight shop? Oh, the murder weapon. Oh, I can examine this. Oh my god. Blood! Okay, that's fine.
Take that!
The murder weapon. This little piggy bank is sold at the in-flight shop. It is sold there and only there, and it is not displayed here in this lounge. How then did it find its way here? Don't you find that a tiny bit suspicious?
Such a trivial point. It only means you prepared it, taking it from the shop first before coming here. It doesn't prove you're innocent at all.
Is there no way to win with this man? Hold it.
If I may. What is it? You see... Well, it's just as Mr. Edgeworth says. Oh, and why do you know this so well? Well, it's just that... That piggy bank was there in the shop. I saw it with my own eyes.
And when was this?
It was maybe around 5:40 a.m.
Isn't that just before we hit that path of turbulence?
That's right. You were in the shop just before the turbulence. Yes, I was.
Come to think of it. Mr. Tonero, when I found the body, I believe you came out of that door.
Yes, I did.
And what is beyond that door?
That's the flight attendant's room. Then you were on the first floor? Yes. I had to do something at the shop, in the in-flight attendant's room. So I went to the shop first, and then to the flight attendant's room.
Are you saying you passed by me at some point?
Yes, you seemed really into the issue of Sky magazine you were reading at that time. I don't suppose you noticed me walking by.
I vaguely recall someone walking by, but I didn't take notice of who it was.
Anyway, the piggy bank was definitely there at the shop when I went there.
Why did you go to the shop in the first place?
I went there for a work-related matter.
Work, you say?
Yes, the upkeep of the shop is also one of my responsibilities.
Why did you not say anything about that until now is what I want to know.
In any case, I believe it's clear that the shop needs to be investigated as well.
Shall we head over there then?
Hold it. What is it now?
Aren't you forgetting something, Miss Rhoda? Don't you need the captain's permission to check the shop? No, I haven't forgotten. But I have already asked him for permission to search the entire plane. So I think we're alright. That's weird.
What is?
Well, I just talked to the captain, see? He said that he didn't give you permission to do anything like that at all.
What does this mean? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Nero?
It means she's lying. Go on, admit that you are. You say you have permission to search all over, but you don't. And yet, here you are.
You, flight attendant, what are you trying to do? Pull the sheep over us?
The captain's calling for you, Miss Rhoda. But don't worry, I already got permission to search the shop from the captain. See, unlike you, I do things the right way.
Miss Tenero, why would you do such a thing? After all that talk of being professional.
Please excuse me. Looks like I get to be in charge now. Please go back to your seat, Mr. LeBlanc. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth,
Professionalism, my ass.
if you follow me, I'll be your guide from now on.
There's something about Miss Tenero that has piqued my curiosity. But right now, investigating the in-flight shop is my top priority. Let's go investigate.
Oh, I'm really mad. You had better hurry and bring to me some evidence.
If you could just wait a little longer while we look into the shop.
Huh, don't number the birds before they are born.
Don't number the... What? I have no idea what he's trying to say. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, perhaps? I ask of you... All I ask of you is your patience and cooperation. I think these should be all the same in terms of visit. Okay. Miss Meal, about investigating the in-flight shop. You're of no use to me asleep. Wake up!
Huh? What's up?
I need you to come with me so I can search the shop.
Go on ahead without me. I'll catch up to you later.
How has this woman not been fired yet?
Mr. Edgeworth, that's the attendance room.
Please excuse me. It was a simple mistake.
You made a mistake, didn't you? Why didn't you just come out and say it?
That's exactly what I just said. I made a small mistake. Don't nod off while I'm talking! Okay, well, I guess I'll just keep going. March 12th, 8:32 a.m. Flight G390, first floor, in-flight shop. Wow, it sure looks like someone might have stole something in here. Shimmy. You're right. So, this is the in-flight shop. It's quite a mess in here.
You think? Guess I'll have to clean things up then, hehe.
Hold on! You can't clean up a potential crime scene!
Oh, thank goodness. I hate cleaning so much.
I mustn't rush things here. I must remain cool, calm, and collected. I say as my voice cracks, because this piggy bank was left at the crime scene. Okay. There's a very good chance that the killer had paid this place a visit. Okay. Investigation time. Okay. Well, you do you, Miss Mio. Beautiful flowers and a beautiful arrangement. You'll cleanse just by looking at them.
Well, you're kind of stepping on a few of them, you know, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, excuse me. Steps on them again. What are these?
Well, those are our company's completely original line of suitcases. They're practically flying out the door. That's how popular they are. You should buy one and see how you like it. You won't regret it.
Perhaps that's how things work on this flight, but in the real world you try, then buy.
No way! But either way, it doesn't really matter.
Sure, either way, why would anyone buy a suitcase after they've boarded the plane?
Anyway, you see that? Just look at how the Captain Yugo has painted on their cute company mascot, isn't he? Been painted on with a lot of care. Doesn't he look like he's about to jump out at you?
It is certainly making something jump inside my stomach.
Huh? Oh, I guess there's no fooling your refined taste. You look like you really wanted to get one. And I thought I was gonna finally make my first sale, but you saw right through it. Glad that's done though. Never make me try to give you a sales pitch ever again, okay?
but I never showed any interest in it to begin with.
You walked up and pressed space. That means you showed interest. It really is horrible, isn't it? You wanna know something? This suitcase was designed by Miss Rhoda.
Miss Tenero designed this?
Yeah, it was a company-wide contest.
Well, it does have a very sharp design sense.
Sharp, like stinky sharp cheddar, maybe. I really have no idea why the big wigs decided to go with it. It's so blah.
Miss Tenero designed this, did she? It's definitely not what I would have expected. Whoa! What the?
You okay?
I'm fine. Please watch yourself, Miss Mio. You wouldn't ever confuse which one's you. Exactly. Maybe Miss Rhoda designed that with that in mind. She's like, baggage claim is gonna go so quickly. Letting a suitcase freely roll around has got to be a safety violation. Planes shaking cause it to roll in-flight suitcase displays can be hazardous.
Here, I'll put it back.
Magazines on the ground? Inside this display case is a row of lifesavers and life vests for sale.
You sell a lot of those when there's some kind of accident or something. And some people buy them even when nothing's going on. Not bad, Mr. Edgeworth. Care to buy one?
I sense that this shop is one shopper away from being sued.
Oh, hey, it's the thing in your hands. Oh, the mascot.
There are all kinds of luxury name brand merchandise for sale in this display case. And they're lined up in just such a manner as to scream, buy me to any passers-by. Stuffed toys, just like the one Miss Meal is holding, are on display here. They're relatively cheap, which explains why they're displayed so haphazardly.
How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? You know you want one too. They're great for when you're stressed.
Why do I envision stuffed animal abuse when she says that? The glass from this display case's door is shattered all over the floor. And it looks like there's nothing on display inside either. Wait, actually I think there is something. What is this? A mini captain's hat. Tiny captain's hat. I've seen one of these before. Oh, like it might have fallen off the piggy bank? There's a wide selection of souvenirs for sale in these display cases.
You know what I'd suggest?
Sorry, but I have no intention of buying souvenirs on this trip.
Okay then. How about you buy something for me then? As a present.
I can't think of a single reason why I'd want to buy you anything.
But I've had my eyes on that pendant for such a long time.
Try paying some attention to me when I ask something, and then we'll talk.
I think I got most things.
I don't know much about this shop, but you can still ask me about whatever.
So, what did you think about what has happened regarding this case?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I think you're the killer though, Mr. Edgeworth.
I can assure you that I'm here in this shop to prove just the opposite. She's scary when her head goes all the way down.
Yeah, but it was me that got you the permission to look around. You know. So, don't forget that, okay?
How am I supposed to thank you properly if you insist on falling asleep?
You know that would really show you thanks? You see that item for sale over there?
Sorry, but you're going to have to make do with my words of appreciation. Okay. Let's use... connect these. The hat probably used to be on the piggy bank's head. Give it a go and see. Oh, I believe this piggy bank was forcibly removed from this display case. Does this mean that the killer broke the glass to get at it? Captain Hugo Piggy Bank found a crime scene. Culprit must have shattered display case glass to take it.
Really?
Don't tell me you don't know what things go where in the don't tell me you don't know what things go where in the shop.
Well, I don't. Miss Rhoda's in charge of this place. So, come on, how should I know anything?
I sense that further inspection of this display case is needed. Plane shaking causes to roll. In-flight suitcase displays can be. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking cranny. The glass on this door is broken. Perhaps it was the killer who broke it in order to take the piggy bank. But it's a bit odd that the inside of the case is so devoid of glass shards. Plus, the glass broke rather cleanly.
Ah!
What is it?
I touched the glass and it caught my finger. It hurts, Mr. Edgeworth. It hurts.
Please tell me you can deal with such a minor cut on your own.
I'm gonna die, Mr. Edgeworth. You're gonna be guilty for 2 murder cases instead of 1.
Is this the same man as the one portrayed by the statues around the elevator?
Yeah, that's a paperweight of the founder of Go Airlines, Mr. Hugo Hughes. On the bottom shelf, we have the cute one. The middle shelf is the realistic one. And the top shelf, that's the floral version.
Floral? Are you sure about that? Let me guess. You just said the first thing that came to your mind, right? Looks like they hit the bullet eye. Okay. This side? Oh wait, no. Books. Goyu Airlines related books line this shelf. The history of Goyu Airlines. The future of Goyu Airlines. The 7 wonders of Goyu. Fight on, Goyu Airlines. Working name, Yugo Airlines. Yugo, you heart emoji. The titles make it very clear that they won't be making the top sellers list anytime soon. I'm not gonna lie, I don't quite know what I'm supposed to deduce here. What do we have in evidence? The hat on his head was found inside the display case in the in-flight shop. I wonder if that fact has any bearing on this case. Oh, okay, we already kind of talked about that then. It says Goyu Airlines. You know, I've seen it occur a lot recently and it's been bothering me greatly. But why do some brands think it's acceptable to simply smash 2 words together and call it a day? There's some blood on one of the corners. Could this piggy bank be the murder weapon? Man. Okay, never mind, there's nothing here. Oh! Wait, I don't think that actually pertains to anything. I was like, oh, it's probably the suitcase that was dragged. But, I just realized that that has nothing to do with what we're doing right now. Spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold. Girl, I don't really know. I guess I can try presenting this one. There's definitely something very unusual about this.
About what?
If the killer had broken the glass to get at the Captain Hugo bank, there should be shards of glass inside the case itself. Oh, that's okay.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess it'd be like that.
However, there's not a single piece of glass inside the display case,
Nope. No, there isn't.
which means that the glass was broken from the inside out. The piggy bank must have fallen over from the turbulence and right through the glass.
Yeah, that's for sure. There's so much glass all over the floor.
I'm willing to bet that this hat was knocked off its head at that time too,
Eh? That's nice.
which leads me to believe that the killer took the Captain Hugo Bank from here after the turbulence. Okay.
Eh.
Take your power naps on your own time, Miss Mule, and listen when I'm talking.
Ah,
But the murder occurred before the turbulence, which rules this piggy bank out as the murder weapon.
so you mean the bank's not the real murder weapon? It's a fake?
Yes, at this point, that is a very real possibility.
But then, what if the killer went to take Captain Hugo? They broke the glass by accident.
The display case is locked, so that's highly unlikely.
Yeah, but there's one person who could have.
Oh, and who would that be?
Miss Rhoda, of course. I mean, she's the one in charge of this place, so she has the keys to everything.
Miss Rhoda Tenero, huh? Speaking of which, I don't think I ever checked the profiles in this one. Akbe Hicks, the victim, was seated in first class like myself. Rhoda Tenero, a GoU Airlines flight attendant charged with taking care of first class. Zinc LeBlanc, my god. From North European Republic of Virginia, says he's a wealthy art dealer. I'm obsessed. Tammy Meal, a GoU Airlines flight attendant charged with taking care of first class. Okay. Yeah. Checked this earlier, but it never hurts to take another look. I think I should have gotten everything. Okay. I don't think there's anything. Turbulence made a huge mess. Victim's glasses. About the shop.
I cut my fingers on those bad pieces of glass.
Don't blame the glass for something you did to yourself. Just be more careful.
Same to you. You're the one walking all over broken glass. You sure you're okay?
I'm fine. Any glass I walk on, I crush. Like this!
That's nice. Please be careful around the display case, okay? Wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Compared to the glass around my feet, the inside of the case is nothing to be afraid of. If you were an Ace Attorney character, what kind of fun would you want? I think first name Daswa, and then last name Shisa. Okay. After all, no glass fragments appear to have ended up inside.
And I guess even you can tidy up the case, right?
Perish the thought. Present my badge.
Oh, I'd love to have this piece of jewelry. Can I have it?
No, you may not. This is the prosecutor's badge.
Really? Then why'd you show it to me?
I wanted to prove to you that I really am a prosecutor. And that it's not possible for a prosecutor like me to commit such a crime as... I see that I'm just wasting my time with cousin Hare over here. That's what she said. Yeah. Exactly.
So what is that? Are you gonna give it to me? Oh, but I'm not supposed to accept any presents. Unless they're really worth something.
I'm just gonna present everything. The pinnacle Ace Attorney gameplay. Oh shit.
Miss Rhoda said that this piggy bank was in this shop, right? Don't you find her a tiny bit suspicious?
I don't think I can say either way yet. There's not enough evidence to convince me that she was lying about anything back there.
Are you sure about that? Like I said earlier, I was the one answering people's calls when we were refueling in Jinfa. And Mr. Hicks was in his seat at that time.
What time was that again?
He called around 5 a.m. You were at your seat around then too, you know?
I do recall people calling for service at around that time. Even if this turns out to be a waste of time, I must stand firm. I just know there is a vital clue or two awaiting me here in the shop. Okay. Is there something I missed? I haven't checked? I feel like I've checked everything. Or supposed to connect something else. Hold on, let me see. Or is there something here that I missed? Oh, the handles. For security, there's a lock on the display case. Miss Mio, if I may ask you about this lock.
The one who's in charge of the shop is Miss Rhoda, so... She's got the keys to all the display cases.
I see.
Oh, I bet you want to buy something. Do you want me to go get the key from her?
No, that's alright. Okay, I think that should be it then. That's that part. But I still need to... Probably still need to connect something. Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Shimmy, shimmy, yes, shimmy, yes. Okay. Maybe the turbulence broke his glasses. Oh wait, no, not this glasses, but the suitcase. He's moving so politely. Yes, there's definitely something wrong here.
But this is the sudden yelling.
Totally, Miss Mio. Don't you think there's something strange about these suitcases?
Oh, well, sure, they're totally ooze strange, like the color and such.
That's not what I'm talking about. Now pay attention.
Ah, you're scaring me, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry. These suitcases are lined up a bit too prim and proper.
Yeah, they look a bit uptight, don't they? But I guess they take after their creator, hehe.
Again, that's not what I meant, Miss Mio. Don't you find it unusual that these cases are the only things undisturbed by the turbulence? Never mind, I'd sooner find an answer by inspecting these suitcases myself. Upon closer inspection, they really are quite hideous.
Hehe. I wonder how Miss Rhoda would have reacted if she heard what you just said. That's wrong.
She makes a good point. It would be wise of me to watch what I say out loud. What's this? I've spotted something that's not quite right. What is so unusual about this suitcase? Dun 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 dun!
Take that!
There's something very peculiar about these wheels.
Huh? As in?
As in, there's no stoppers in place on these. Without stoppers, one would think that the turbulence would have sent it flying.
And?
Ugh. And so, it is very unlikely that the suitcase was placed here after we hit that turbulence. Let's take a closer look at it, shall we? The fucking pleading face emoji on the suitcase. This was apparently designed by Miss Tenero herself. The design has a certain je ne sais quoi about it. Edgeworth, what are you? Shut up. Yes, perhaps that is the best way to put it. Oh my god! A $1,200 price tag. Not exactly priced by someone with a conscience, I say. Jesus. Jesus, Miss Rhoda. It would appear to be unlocked. Let's take a look at what's inside. A piece of cloth. And it's soaked with blood!
Ah, it's blood!
It appears that the suitcase is very strongly tied to our murder after all.
So, explain this to me. What does the suitcase have to do with the murder?
I believe it's pretty safe to say that the killer used the suitcase in some manner. Such as to move something, perhaps?
But aren't you just talking about the cloth then?
That alone is too small. A larger item would be needed to move what I'm thinking of. The thing I believe the killer used the suitcase to transport is... Girl, not gonna lie, I did not make it this far. Can't be the body, right? Well,
Take that!
something that would fit inside a suitcase that is also covered in blood. Sounds like a dead body, doesn't it? This is used to transport the body. It was designed by Rhoda De Niro. They found inside the suitcase. Its beautiful pattern has been soiled by blood. Oh wait, this is what that Virginian, that angry guy was wearing. Or probably had.
But...
In light of this, I'd say that Mr. Hicks was moved into the elevator from someplace else. Which means that the murder was committed in an entirely different location.
So you're saying that after moving the body into the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase in here and just left it?
Exactly. What is it?
Nothing. Just that... I was thinking about what Miss Rhoda said about coming here for something.
Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth.
I wanted to give you a bit more time, but I'm afraid I wasn't able to convince the captain. I'm very sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but the captain feels that he has allowed you ample time. He says that he'd appreciate it if you could wrap it up here and return to your seat.
I understand his sentiments. However, if I'm not allowed to complete my investigation, the crime scene may become contaminated by the time we land. If I must stop, then I insist I be allowed to oversee the preservation of the two sites. Under your supervision, of course.
If that's your only condition, then I believe we can accommodate your wishes. I'm here to assist you in any way I can, Mr. Edgeworth. Sounds like fun. We can camp out and watch over everything together.
I found proof that the real crime scene was not in the lounge. And I have enough evidence to prove myself to be innocent of any wrongdoing. Yeah. And yet, regarding what Miss Meal reminded me about Miss Tenero, I can't allow my investigation to end here. The truth must come to light. To be continued. 2 hours. We're a half hour more than last time. But I know this one isn't super long, so it should be okay. We persevere. We keep going. Okay. Oh my god. Cliffhanger. Not today. Famous lesson. March 12th, 1 p.m. local time, Hope Springs Airport. I know that once we had landed, I'm supposed to let the local police take over. And thanks to Miss Tenero and Miss Meal, I was able to preserve the crime scene. But I just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk with Miss Tenero in private. But I'm left wondering just what she up to. Why did she do what she did? There must be a way for me to continue my investigation. Oh, here we go! I've been expecting you, Miles Edgeworth. Yeah! Francesca! Francesca? I thought you were still in Germany. Oh fuck, I can't do her. No! I can't do her voice. Whatever.
I go where I am needed, and wherever there are criminals to be caught.
Her name is Francesca von Karma, the daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma. She, like myself, is a prosecutor. Hey girl, hey! Are you heading up this case? My voice chewed. Fucking crying. Are you heading up this case? It would be a bit of a relief if you are.
Don't you try to flatter me, Miles Edgeworth. I'm placing you under arrest.
What?
It's quite frustrating, actually. I had hoped to exact my revenge on you in a different venue, but I'll have to take what I can get. I never thought that I'd see the day when a disciple of the House of Von Karma would become a criminal. Have you no shame?
Wait, it has all been a big misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim.
A misunderstanding?
Oh my god, her voice is so bad. I need to, like, practice off stream. I'm just gonna do my... Okay.
I heard all about the murder over the police radio from the captain himself. You waited for the victim on the first floor, and then beat him to death.
Francesca, do you honestly believe that I killed a man?
Yes. I suppose I should reserve judgment until after I have investigated this for myself. I can put your arrest on hold until then.
That's as it should be.
I don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you, of all people. To be perfect in every way, the fulfillment of that creed alone is all I strive for.
Well, oh my gosh. Whoa, sorry, I looked over on my other screen and I saw Nick's merch coming through. Whoa! Okay. Well, I have my own creed which I must fulfill. So why don't we solve this together? When in the timeline this gameplay felt the main games? I want to say it's after the trilogy. It's after the trilogy, before Apollo Justice. It's for sure before Apollo Justice. But I don't know if it's like in between the trilogies or after, in between the trilogy or like after the all three games. I think it's after all three games. Yeah. Cause like Maggie is working as a security guard, right? But I think, was it the second game? In the second game, she was a maid at that French cafe, right? Or was it the third? Fuck, I don't remember. Yeah, it's salmonella eating rice. Yeah. But like, because we see Maggie as a security guard, which means she quit the cafe thing and it must have been after that. That's how it makes sense in my brain. I have to get going. The crime scene awaits. Cafe was the third game. Okay, then yeah, it is after the trilogy, probably.
Don't you dare leave town.
Trust me, I have no intention to.
Detective Gumshoe!
Yes, sir! Gumshoe!
Too slow.
Oh!
Listen up. I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up, understand?
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm supposed to guard him?
A simple yes or no, detective.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir. You just leave it to me.
Miles Edgeworth, if you interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. Are we clear? Now then, if you excuse me.
Hi, Francesca. Yes.
Good to see you again, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Boy, am I glad to see you're okay.
Thank you, detective.
I believe in you, sir. You can lean on me. I'll get you through this.
I have to admit, I'm a bit curious as to what Francesca is up to. Maybe I should ask the good detective. Very well. In that case, I have a few questions for you. But first, I must look at the plane out the window. I should try to get some information out of Detective Gumshoe. Like, please don't leave. What a view of the planes preparing for takeoff. Besides the turbulence, they're really not all that bad as a mode of transportation. This child seems to be happily enjoying the sight of so many planes.
Wow, I'd love to take a run down that runway.
Oh, the youth of today. So much potential, yet so misguided. Looking from behind, I think I've seen this man somewhere before.
It's over here, Russian world flags, I'm trying to eat you! Found it, lol! Oh, I feel a weight of creative powers coming on. It's over 9,000 lols. For my next lead movie, it's gonna be the Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Tokyo, versus the World Samurai, Champion of Earth. It's gonna rock shores so many blocksters. Son of Steel Samurai is finally getting.
Oh, sorry. My voice sounded really bad. So the Steel Samurai is finally getting a movie. He is. Iconic salmonella. This is the guy in the seat earlier. This man was in first class with me. He was quite shaken up by the whole affair. I did it. I made it the whole flight. I'm not scared of turbulence anymore. He must have been pretty scared. He was repeating the same thing over and over to himself. Lunchland. Oh wait, isn't that the same place where the lady Angel Star sells lunchboxes from? Not bad. I guess it's gotten big enough to warrant its own branch shops.
What should I go with?
I recommend our airport special, World Flags lunchboxes, only available for a limited time. We have a variety of lunchboxes made up to look like different countries' flags.
I wonder if they're aiming to take Lunchland to the international market. I'd kill for a Lunchland. Come on, come over, please. Bento Queen Lady? Yes. Initial investigation. So, how is the initial investigation going?
We just shipped the body off to the coroner's office. And we're taking statements now, sir.
That sounds like Francesca. She was always good at quick responses to a case.
I'd say she was, a little too quick, sir.
Oh, how so?
I rushed on over as soon as I got word of the affair, sir. But somehow, when I got here, Miss Von Kammer was already here barking out orders at everyone. It was kinda creepy, as though she knew there had been a murder or something, and had come in advance to await your flight's arrival.
That is sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly, and out of the blue. Plus, I still don't know why she's here in America. There must be some backstory to all of this. Why is she here?
Miss Von Kammer just kinda popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir.
Oh ho.
Something about chasing down leads related to a certain incident.
No details.
It's kinda top secret, so she can't talk about it, even with me, sir.
Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. Plus, I doubt the top secret part was what stopped her from talking to you, Detective. Although, I wonder if her case has anything to do with mine.
Anyway, that's about all the info I have, sir. We should find out more as we investigate.
Yes, it is high time to resume my investigation, starting with talking to the people involved in this case afresh. Alright. Yeah, let's go, Gumshoe! Can we do the thing together? No, he doesn't do it! No, Gumshoe! Okay, never mind. If I talk to these guys again, will they see the same thing?
Oh, I've always wanted to get their steak lunch a try.
What should I go with?
I recommend our airport special, World Flags lunchboxes.
Gumshoe's face! If you really want one that badly, Detective, why don't you go ahead and buy one?
Is that okay, sir? Thanks. Alright, I'm really gonna get one. Here I go. Excuse me, miss. I'll take a Star-Spangled Banner lunchbox, please.
I hope he's aware that that's the most expensive one on the menu. It checks out. This man was in first class with me. He was quite shaken up by the whole affair.
I'd be pretty scared too if I got caught up in a murder investigation, sir.
Gumshoe, this is your fucking job. I did it. I made it the whole flight. He don't show me. Yeah, it's sad. This life vest is proof I made it alive. It's now my prized possession. How could you just take that from the plane?
It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. It's got nothing to do with the murder, at least.
Do I even want to? Looking from behind. I think I've seen this man somewhere before. Eat you.
Mr. Edgeworth, we've got to get him some water.
Found it law.
Oh, I feel away. Versus the world samurai. Okay. Oh, good thing it was a false alarm, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Stone Steel Samurai is finally getting a movie.
Completely ignoring me as usual.
This child seems to be happily enjoying the sight of so many planes.
I'm all excited to see this many planes too. Just look at the size of these things.
You like planes too, mister? The balance between the main wings and the tail wings is really something, huh?
Huh, it seems that this child derives his pleasure from a different aspect.
Oh, but I've also got a thing for the shape of the wings too.
Here, mister, you can stand next to me. So about that plane's wing?
Thank you, detective, for leaving me out of this conversation. What a view of the planes preparing for takeoff.
I want to ride a plane someday and go overseas.
Have you never been to another country before, detective?
Nope, not yet, sir. I don't even have a passport.
Wow, gumshoe.
But I've been saving up for that eventual someday. A penny a day, to be precise.
At that rate, he won't be making any trips until well after retirement. Oh, gumshoe. May not be the MVP. He's always the best boy. 100%. Man, gumshoe. I still remember, the case with Maggie. Like the cafe one, right? Where he made her that lunchbox and it was full of weenies. It was just rice and weenies. And I'm like, Gumshoe, you're so sweet. Okay. March 12th, 1:37 p.m. Flight G3990. Second floor, first class.
So, you must be the captain.
Oh, why, yes I am, and who might you be?
I am the prodigy prosecutor, Francesca von Karma, and I have a few questions for you. Don't you dare, Captain. Getting friendly with another woman. I'll never forgive you if you do.
What are you talking about? I only have eyes for you, my dear Cammy.
Wouldn't bet money on our dear captain to be much of a reputable person.
Truly, you don't want to ask the captain some questions, sir.
He was in the cockpit the entire time. I highly doubt he would know anything of use. Anyway, I'd like to leave that type of witness to Francesca and her whip.
Ah!
I like how Gumshoe just has like a reflexive reaction to hearing a whip noise. March 12th, 1:40 p.m. Flight G390, first floor, lounge. Now see here.
Ah! Oh, sorry!
How long do you intend to hold me? It is impossible for me to be a criminal, I told you.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Oh, it's you. Tell this man to stop stopping me from going. Time is money. I don't even have 1 second of wasteful time to spend.
I kind of don't want to enter this conversation, but okay.
Sir, you can't go in there.
I'm Miles Edgeworth. I can go anywhere. I'm one of the prosecutors on this case, so please let me through.
I'm very sorry, sir. No one is allowed to enter without Miss Von Karma's express permission.
But I'm on the case.
Yes, I understand that, but I also have explicit instructions not to let you through from Miss Von Karma.
Ugh. Why would you do this to me, Francesca? Did you finish taking his statement yet?
Yep, hold on, sir.
I do not concern if you're not done examining the cargo hold. I want my cargo back. If you make even a single scratch on my art, you will pay.
Art? What sort of art?
Mr. LeBlanc is an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down at the cargo hold, sir. There's practically a mountain of them, large and small.
From folk costumes to stone statues, I sell all kinds of arts.
Folk costumes. Speaking of which, Mr. LeBlanc's hat. It kind of looks like that other piece of cloth. Yeah. Didn't she say she'd arrest you if you kept investigating so that we get it mixed up? Did she? Did she?
Well, we're gonna do it anyway, so...
Mr. LeBlanc, can you please take a look at this for me?
Oh, it's a Virginian cloth.
As I suspected, your hat is made of the same material, I suppose.
Yes, of course. This fabric is so famous, orders come from all over the seas for more.
Okay. World famous expert of Virginia has a beautiful pattern that's been soiled by blood. Then this is the cargo you were talking about earlier.
No. My cargo this time is much, many gigantic. You, detective, when can I have my cargo moved?
You can get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal.
The stubbornness of you police. It is no good. It is no good that the attendant refuses to exit the attendant's room too.
That attendant? I wonder if he's talking about Miss Tenero. Oh. What did you mean by that attendant, Mr. LeBlanc?
She was taken into the attendant's room for her interview. And then they still have not come out. They make no signs of coming out either. I was finished with my own interview much earlier, quicker than her.
Why is Mr. Tenero's interview the only one that's taking up so much time?
Miles Edgeworth, you were given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you?
Yes, I was able to obtain the cooperation of the flight attendants. Speaking of attendants, I'd like to speak with Miss Tenero. I wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room.
Before I do, you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances.
I understand.
You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking, but you can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth.
I love, like, whenever Francesca talks about Edgeworth, she says his full legal name. I think she does the same with Phoenix, too. Francesca's logic.
Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here, in this very lounge the body was discovered. From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until his body was found. The only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect.
It's the proper way, according to Manfred von. Manfred von Karma also calls everyone by their full legal name. Can you imagine, like Manfred von Karma raising like a tiny Francesca and a tiny Edgeworth, and every time he wanted to address his kids, he used their entire legal name, no matter what situation. The likely suspect, Francesca.
Do you have a problem with that?
No, but it's not like you to use such vague wording. You're usually a bit more absolute.
I'm simply trying to watch out for you. Or is my kindness too hard for you to comprehend?
Thank you, but your leniency is unnecessary, for I will prove my innocence soon enough. If I want to continue my investigation, I'll have to break her line of logic fast. He didn't have to do it, but it was extra spooky when he did. Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion.
Hold it!
Oh, sorry. Don't you think you're being a bit rash by simply declaring me the culprit?
I like my affairs to be simple and perfect. I'll show you the meaning of both when I finish this whole thing within 3 minutes.
Hey, you say that like you're cocking a pack of instant noodles.
I won't allow even 3 seconds of useless testimony to be uttered in my presence.
I see she hasn't changed a bit. But I won't allow her to send me to prison so easily.
Scene of the crime was here in this very lounge, and the body was discovered.
Okay.
Hold it!
You need a German accent. I can't do a German accent, Miko. So this is the best I've got. Okay? Spare me, please. I need to like go off stream and practice. So tell me, Francesca, do you know all there is to know about the crime scene?
I know all that I need to know in order to arrest you.
And nothing more.
Are you saying there is more I need to know?
Why did you whip me, sir?
Sorry, Scruffy. My hand must have slipped.
It would appear that Francesca doesn't have all the facts of this case yet. Scene for the crime was here in the very lounge. From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until his body was found.
Hold it!
What do you mean? What do you mean by seen?
Please stop pretending like you don't know. It's insulting. Obviously, I'm talking about how Mr. Hicks was seen calling for an attendant at 5 a.m. And then, from the time after that call until the body was found,
The only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth.
Hold it!
Well, it's true that I was in the lounge the whole time. The fact alone does not make me the criminal.
ha, we'll see about that at the conclusion of this investigation. However, there's one thing that even you must admit at this time.
This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect. Okay. Under the circumstances, I suppose I can agree that I am the most likely suspect. But I believe in you, sir. I don't think you did it. Miss Von Karma's gotta believe that too, right? I mean, you two are like siblings. Ow!
Quiet, Scruffy! Even if we were related by blood, that's no guarantee he's not a criminal.
Francesca, that's some great allusion to a first game.
I demand to see some proof that you are not the guilty party.
These Germans for homework. I don't know if that would help, honestly. The likeliest suspect, huh? What a roundabout euphemism. But it would appear that she doesn't yet know about the new evidence that we acquired, and where we acquired it. I'll take care of the gaps in her logic, one hole at a time. Okay. The scene of the crime was here in this very lounge.
But it wasn't.
Maybe I was just supposed to present this?
Objection!
Okay. Did Gumfuck not tell you? Objection, dumbass. She was there for the... Yeah, Gumfuck did actually not tell you. It would appear that you did not have all the information you needed after all.
And what does that mean?
I found a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. Salary cutting notes. A piece that proves the body was moved from a different location. The killer used a suitcase to move the victim's body. Meaning that the real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all.
Now who's the one rashly jumping to conclusions?
Excuse me?
All you did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. That doesn't prove that the body was moved. It could be that the killer simply chose that suitcase as a good place to hide the cloth.
I expected you would come to that conclusion. It would seem I can't escape that easily. Oh, here it comes.
You should know. You should know better than that. Von Karma is perfect in every way.
But did you know that the killer definitely wheeled the suitcase around at some point? Shut up, Miko.
As if there is proof of that.
Where's the proof that the suitcase was moved around? Oh wait, no, wrong. I don't think I actually touched this when I was examining because it stopped me after I found the cloth, but there's like grape juice here. I'll shove my in her, grab it up your ass. Okay. What's this? The wheel is completely covered in something. This color and this scent. It appears the substance in question is grape juice. Why would there be juice on the wheel of a suitcase? Oh, okay. I think it's just the suitcase present is fine. All it takes is one look at this, and you'll have your answer. Fuck, I fucked up.
Indeed, I have my answer now. That you are an ignorant whippersnapper.
Ugh! And you're just an unforgiving whipsnapper. The suitcase ended up in the in-flight shop, but where did it come from? The answer should become clear if I just think about the path the killer took. Where is the proof that the suitcase was— okay. Then this one? This one?
The spilled grape juice from in front of the elevator.
Yes, and I'd like to draw your attention to this area here. Where is the evidence that proves the killer dragged the suitcase through here? This mark here. Wouldn't you say that it looks suspiciously like tracks from two wheels?
I suppose.
Further, there's also grape juice residue on the wheels of the suitcase. This means that the suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here.
I suppose this means that the killer did move the victim's body from somewhere else.
I'm glad you've come to your senses.
Not so fast. This still doesn't put you in the clear. Not by a long shot.
Just imagining Edgeworth sniffing the wheel. Yeah.
You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit that turbulence. And then you waited for the victim in the lounge, where you beat him to death. Then, while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase, the plane hit that patch of turbulence and out flew the body from within the suitcase. With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you had taken it from, and pretended to be the discoverer of the body.
Not bad. Not a bad bit of logic for something you thought of on the fly.
Just what are you insinuating?
That I will show you exactly how flawed your logic is. No matter how strong of a face you put on, not even you can hide your fears from me. I'll expose those flaws in your logic in one fell swoop. You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit the ground. And how do you suppose I was able to take the piggy bank out of its display case? As I recall, the case was locked.
That's easy. If the case was locked, you simply had to hit the glass, like this.
You've shattered my heart of glass! So she wants to talk about the in-flight shop and the Captain Hugo bank, does she?
That takes care of how you obtained the murder weapon. And then, you waited for the victim in the lounge, where you beat him to death.
I thought there wasn't any of the victim's blood found in the lounge.
I thought you'd say that. What? Did you think I wouldn't have noticed? I think you just found a way to cleverly hide the blood splatter in the lounge. By accidentally spilling grape juice on top of it.
Ugh! Are you accusing me of tampering with the crime scene now?
We'll see, won't we? The forensic scientists are hard at work on that as we speak.
And? What do you propose I did after that?
Then, while you were in the elevator with
The victim's body stuffed in the suitcase. So I put the victim's body into the suitcase. And then, where was I headed, Francesca?
That's pretty obvious. You were bringing it to first class where you could see. Oh my god. You were bringing it to first class where you could safely keep an eye on it.
We're talking about this thing, you know? I'd hardly call it discreet or ordinary.
Annoying brat. Well then, you were intending to leave it inside the elevator. But unfortunately for you, a wrench was thrown into your plans, because...
I have elevator trauma! I couldn't have taken the elevator, Francesca. I walk up 12 flights of stairs every day at the prosecutor's office. The plane hit that patch of turbulence and out flew the body from within the suitcase. You've experienced turbulence on a flight before.
Of course, many times. You get used to it after a while.
The patch we hit was especially rough, and I passed out briefly, but only for a second.
Good thing it was only for a sec, sir. It'd have been bad if you really blanked out.
Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, blanking out is exactly what got me into this mess in the first place. Is she older? No, Edgeworth is older. Edgeworth is older than Francesca, but I might be wrong about this, but so like Edgeworth's dad Womp Womp died, right? And then I believe Manfred von Karma adopted him. And when he adopted Edgeworth, he had already had Francesca, I think. But so Francesca insisted that she was the older sister because she was in the family first. So she called Edgeworth her younger brother, even though she is technically younger. But I don't know if that's entirely correct. I'm not 100% on my Ace Attorney lore. That's what she's in Whippers. Yeah, she's the senpai. Yeah. Senpai in life? Question mark. Senpai in family.
That's enough of your idle chatter. I'm not through with you yet, Miles Edgeworth.
With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you had taken it from.
Hold it!
If I really were a criminal, do you really think I would be so easily caught?
Objection!
You are certainly in the middle of being caught right now.
Ugh! I have to find a contradiction fast, or I won't have much of my own hide left to save.
I have to say, you're looking rather caught right now. And I'll tell you exactly what you did after that. You loitered around in the lounge.
And pretended to be the discoverer of the body.
Hold it!
You pulled a self-report, as the kids say.
I didn't pretend to be anything. I really was the first to discover the victim's body.
I suppose that's true.
So then, you are yielding to my statements.
Don't be foolish. I still insist that you are the killer. But, in that sense, you really were the first to discover the body to be dead.
No matter what I say, she seems dead set on making me out to be the killer. Her logic is reasonably sound, and the large majority of it reflects the truth. But there is one point about it that is not quite right. Guard the piggy bank before the plane hit the turbulence. Okay, I think it's this, right?
Objection!
The fact that you took this piece of evidence into account in your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared.
Evidence and logic. Essential tools that those who would stand in a courtroom must learn to master.
But what if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix?
A fake?
This Captain Hugo piggy bank is just such a fake. It is not the real murder weapon.
What?
The timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is important. And it was taken after the turbulence had occurred.
But then, what about the blood on the bank? What do you make of that?
I assume it was added after the murder when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did 3 things after the turbulence. After exiting the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase to the shop and left it there. Then the killer proceeded to pick the bank up from off the floor and took it to fabricate a fake murder weapon by hitting the victim on the head. Yeah. And Edgeworth is just on the ground the entire time. Oh man, poor Edgeworth. Finally, the victim's wallet was planted on my personage, in my pocket to be precise. Everything was done so that I could be framed for the murder of Mr. Ackby Hicks. Just having a nice nap.
You there.
Yes, ma'am.
Other than this piggy bank, was anything else resembling a murder weapon found?
We didn't find anything in this lounge or in the shop that could be used as one, ma'am. Most of the items that could have been used were broken during the turbulence, and the remaining items all tested negative for any traces of blood.
I see. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it appears your stall tactics are at an end.
But it's possible that it's just hidden somewhere, sir.
If the criminal had wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place, I think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth.
Exactly what I was thinking. Because the cloth was hidden inside that suitcase, it signals to me that the killer had not prepared for a more secure place to hide the evidence. Which means that the real murder weapon is either still on the murderer's personage, or is still at the real crime scene.
There's one more possibility.
And that would be...
That the piggy bank is in fact the real weapon.
But didn't we just...
Hold it! Let me finish! The killer took the bank out from the display case before the turbulence, by opening the lock on the display case door. And it was at that time that the glass pane in the door was broken. I'd say that's a perfectly reasonable line of reasoning, wouldn't you? Let's see. So that means that the killer had the key to the display case.
Francesca, the person you're talking about.
Not so fast. I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about had committed another sin. She tricked the captain and granted you permission to conduct your investigation. Yes, it is the sin of lying.
Yeah, I don't know what pun that is.
Speaking of which, I recall that you also wish to speak with her.
Yes.
Very well, permission granted. But only if I can sit in on your interrogation. Do we understand each other?
I have no intention of interrogating her. But you are welcome to accompany me if you so wish.
Miss Tenero is in the flight attendant's room. Let's move. Miss Tenero's in the flight attendant's room. Let's move.
That blue door over there leads to the flight attendant's room, sir. Alright, let's go see what Miss Tenero has to say for herself.
Hurry up and solve your murder. If you don't, how am I supposed to have my cargo returned to me?
If you could please be patient just a little longer, Mr. LeBlanc.
Hurry and solve it, like a strike of thunder.
As fast as lightning, and believe me, if I could, I would.
I've been told by Miss Montgomery that you can now enter the flight attendant's room. Please feel free to look around.
Thank you. Not to unravel Miss Tenero's true intentions. Okay. Alright. Look, see up there, professional style. Someone's not following the professional style. Also, the difference in the bunks. Okay. March 12th, 2:23 p.m. I mean. This has been a long day. Oh, yeah? March 12th, 2:23 p.m. Flight G390, first floor, flight attendant's room.
So you're the one that poked around inside this plane without the captain's permission. Deviating from the flight attendant's manual is very unbecoming, you know? What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that?
Miss Tenero,
Mr. Edgeworth, you're here too.
can you please help us and shed some light on why you did what you did? Apparently it comes from Yawn and JP and Hiccup. Which makes no sense, but okay. That could be... okay. I don't know. Let's see, okay. Sure.
Alright. Well, go on. Let's hear a troublesome attendant out.
In due time, I do have one thing I'd like to ask you.
Yes?
Do you plan to continue using that whip for the foreseeable future?
Of course! I've wrangled many a testimony out of people thanks to it.
Yeah, and probably a whole ton of yelps. And I'm willing to bet that the majority of them came from you, Detective. Creepaholic? Oh, maybe. Man, that bed is so trashed.
this door leads to the cargo hold, but I can't let you through without Miss Von Commerce's express permission.
It's not a bad way to handle the situation if it was any old case. But this isn't.
So, between you and Miss Von Karma, who's better at their job?
Oh, there's no comparison to be made, Detective. None. What's all this junk inside these boxes? There's no rhyme or reason to any of it. Yippee! Yippee grape juice.
That's our lost and found, Mr. Edgeworth.
Gold crowns and swords and necklaces. It's like a treasure trove in here, sir.
The fact that these were left on the plane implies they were carried onto it to begin with. Something tells me it's time for Goyu to send his metal detectors out for repairs. Oh, another one of those suitcases. It's one of those suitcases designed by Miss Tenero. You can tell it's hardly ever been used by the lack of a single scratch on it. So these are the attendants' lockers, huh? Let's hurry up and examine. Oh, no, that's Gumshoe.
So these are the attendants' lockers, huh? Let's hurry up and examine them, sir.
Why must men always be so rude? Besides, who exactly gave you permission to search through the attendants' lockers?
Wait, Detective! It would be uncouth of us to look in a woman's locker without her permission.
Yeah, I guess so. Plus, I feel his murderous draft, and I can sense a whiff not far from behind.
Oh, shit. I didn't mean to leave. Oh, okay. What exactly is this panel for?
Ah, that's the emergency control panel for the elevator. We use it to stop the elevator on the first floor and keep its doors open.
Oh, okay. Good to know. Keep our cabin clean. Go you. It's pretty easy to tell who sleeps in which bunk just by looking. I'm almost certain that the well-kept one up top belongs to Miss Tenero.
Ew, the bottom one's a giant mess.
You sloven, squalid scoundrel of a man! You dare scrutinize a woman's bed and invade her privacy?
Ugh.
There's some things in life best kept to yourself, Detective. Though she is right on this one. A trash can? Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Okay. There's sure to be a clue of some sort in this trash can. Detective Gumshoe, if you please.
Yes, sir. You just leave the rummaging to me.
Scruffy, how dare you go through a woman's trash without her permission? Have you no sense of honor?
I'm sorry. I'm just doing what Mr. Edgeworth told me to. Oh!
Forgive me, Detective. Okay, sorry. I just needed to check everything.
Miles Edgeworth, isn't there something that you should be doing right now?
Of course, I should be asking Miss Tenero for her side of the story.
That's right. And how does that have anything to do with what's over there?
Nothing really.
If you already knew that, then why don't you hurry up with the interrogation already?
Yes. Yes, Francesca. Thank you for your feminism investigation. Okay, Captain's permission. Why did you lie about receiving the Captain's permission like that?
Because I didn't think I would be able to get his permission.
What do you mean?
The Captain, he only has ears for Cammy. I spoke with the Captain a little earlier myself. He definitely seems to be rather taken with Miss Meal. Yes, and on top of that, I had mistakenly accused Mr. Edgeworth of being the killer. I wanted to make amends.
In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges.
Really? You were able to prove your innocence? Oh, thank goodness. Mr. Nero, is it? There's one more thing I'd like to ask you. You were in the in-flight shop just before turbulence, weren't you? Please answer honestly. Yes, I was. And why were you there? Well,
Why the sudden hesitation? Francesca seems to have struck a nerve.
all I did was go check up on the shop like I always do. You're saying it was for work, then? Yes, I'm in charge of the shop, so I have to keep an eye on it. I don't have any reason to go there otherwise. After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to this room, correct? Yes, I came back to freshen up and adjust my makeup. I'm sorry, but there isn't much else to tell.
Mr. Nero claims to have no reason other than duty to go to the shop. But is that all there is to it? Perhaps I should ask her about that thing. This one?
No! I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I don't know how to answer you. As a professional flight attendant, I'm a failure.
She must be worn out from the long questioning session she just went through. Okay, I meant the suitcase. If you could please take a look at this for me, Miss Tenero.
Oh, that suitcase.
Yes, about the suitcase. You're the one who designed it, correct? And I think I figured something else out about it. This suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it?
There's nothing you won't find out eventually, is there?
And won't you please tell me more about this suitcase?
Yes, well, I was interested in seeing how the suitcases I had designed were selling. I know that as a service professional, I'm not supposed to care, but I really wanted to know. And I was glad to see that it was the last one there.
The last one there? Oh. So, that means that when she went there, the suitcase was already gone. So you're saying, Miss Tenero, that the suitcase in question was the last one?
Yes, they're just so popular, they're practically flying off the shelves.
That's not exactly the impression I got.
The one in the shop is most definitely the last one.
Well, we're currently looking at that suitcase.
Really? Then I guess we sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one.
I didn't say anything about buying it.
Then say you'll buy it.
I'm sorry, I can't.
But why? I think it'd go great with your complexion, Mr. Edgeworth. It really suits you. I guarantee it personally as a service professional.
Well, that is... How should I put this? It's hideous.
What?
Maybe that was a bit too direct. Moving on. My issue with the suitcases isn't the design, but it's the number of them remaining.
Remaining?
There were 2 suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it.
But that's impossible. I'm sure there was only one. Looks like her story has generated quite the contradiction. When I left the shop, I'm positive there was only one suitcase left.
Something is amiss here. What could be the meaning of this inconsistency? By the way, Miss Tenero, what is one of those suitcases doing here?
That's...
I thought you said there was only one left.
That one is, it's mine. I've used it for a very long time now.
She's used it for a long time. I think not. The price tag is still there. Miss Tenero, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't lie to me.
Excuse me?
I don't believe for even 1 second that you used this for a very long time. What proves that this hasn't been used for nearly as long as Miss Tenero says? Price tag.
Take that!
Tell me, Miss Tenero, is it also your habit to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcase?
What is the meaning of this? Why would you lie about a suitcase?
Despite having faith in her design sense, the sales numbers made her cry bitter tears. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Miss Tenero, I think I understand. I know what you were trying to hide. Now then, the suitcase was originally in the in-flight shop, the in-flight shop. Seeing as how the price tag is still on the suitcase, one can only assume it was out on the floor for sale in the shop. And the person who bought the suitcase was... yourself. Oh, hey, look! Francesca Falcone, daughter of my mentor, Fancy Manfred Von Andrew, prosecutor, came here on assignment. Homicide detective looking for in charge of sexual investigation. Man, Edgeworth's profiles are so boring. Okay. Did she buy it because nobody else would and prove it could sell? Yes. It was you, wasn't it, Miss Tenero? I hate to say this, the suitcase that you designed. It hasn't sold very well, has it? You saw how poorly this designed that you had poured your heart into was selling. And were deeply hurt. That's why you wanted to make it look like it was selling by buying it yourself. Isn't that right?
Then the reason you went to the shop and came back here was... I'm sorry. All I really have is my job. I was overjoyed when my design was chosen. Thought that maybe I had finally accomplished something.
But the suitcase didn't sell. It's because
of the design, isn't it? All because it's, as you put it, hideous.
I can't say they chose a great place in which to sell them either.
We weren't selling a single one, and they were just sitting there and collecting dust. I felt so bad seeing them there, day in and day out. So I decided to buy one for every flight I worked.
You buy one every single time you work a flight?
I see. So in order to keep your resolution, you went and bought one today as well. Yes, and here's my receipt for that purchase.
Holy shit, Crow. So you spent $1,200 for every flight you work? What? That's like yeah, exactly. Like you're just losing money. Your paycheck doesn't seem like it would be that much, right? This receipt is clearly timestamped 5:40 a.m. Okay.
The truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight.
Mr. Nero, where are these other suitcases?
They should all be down in the cargo hold. Then the suitcase the killer used...
Could very well have come from the cargo hold.
Mr. Edgeworth, you don't think that the killer used one of my suitcases to...
Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body.
Ah! How could they? Their suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to our passengers on their trips. That's all I ever wished for them to be.
Mr. Nero, is there any other way to get to the cargo hold other than the elevator?
The only other way is just through that door there.
And what about security?
That door has no special lock installed because, just to enter this room, you need a special keycard that only crew members have access to.
Which means the culprit is someone who can enter this room, eliminating the passengers and leaving only crew members as potential suspects.
I can't believe it. Hold it!
Yes, Francesca?
Going on these wild goose chases, you're a disgrace to the Von Karma name!
And what do you mean by that?
The suitcase came from the cargo hold. That fact alone tells the whole story.
Yes, which is why I said the culprit must be a crew member who used their keycard.
Miles Edgeworth, you're proposing that the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct?
Yes, that's the only realistic possibility.
That other attendant, Miss Meal. I asked her earlier and she had this to say.
Francesca got information out of Miss Meal?
In order to make the elevator go down to the cargo hold, a different keycard is required.
A different one?
Yes, and the only person who holds that particular card is you, Miss Rhoda Tenero, and only you.
Ah. She's got so many... Yeah, right? Like, oh my god. What? Is this true, Miss Tenero?
Yes, I keep that keycard in my locker at all times.
Could you please show us that card right now?
Yes, hold on. Oh, I don't believe it!
What's wrong?
The keycard, it's gone! Very clever. Pretending that your card was stolen when in fact you were just trying to hide it from us. You've really thought this through. Wait, it's not like that. You can tell us all about what it's like down at the station. Officer, arrest this woman.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh no.
What's wrong? There's disbelief written all over your face.
Francesca, I know that you are the lead investigator on this case. However, this is my game. It's Miles Edgeworth's investigation.
Hold it. Don't even think about wasting any more of my time. You know the rules as well as I do. Evidence speaks louder than words. Even if this isn't a courtroom, that basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. What will you do, Miles Edgeworth?
I intend to do likewise. To be again. Oh my god. What time is it? Okay, so it's been an hour. I don't even know. Save. March 12th, 2:52 p.m. Flight G390 lower deck cargo hold. Wow, all three of them are just standing man emojis staring at us. Ace Attorney C, Furious Apollo, Naruto having issues, so Edgeworth has this game. Francesca Simon. Oh yeah, I honestly, if they do, I don't think they will because they are cruel. But if they do make a Francesca style game or a Francesca centric game, I would love if it was another like investigations-esque type of game. Wow, so this is the cargo hold, huh? Gumshoe, you're running so fast. It's so big! Oh my god, all the suitcases. Oh, sorry. This plane is a special model. It has both a super large cargo hold and an ultra luxurious first class seating.
So this is the real scene of the murder.
There is certainly a high probability of that, which is why we are here, correct? Okay, let's get investigating, sir. Alright. Bed sheets. Fly Express, yeah. Flammable, highly flammable. Oh boy. Up and down the stairs, Gumshoe. Oh, I just love pushing the buttons on elevators and crosswalk signals. So much money, yeah. Here, you should give it a try, sir. Go on, push it. The elevator is currently stopped on the first floor, Detective. It can't move. Oh yeah, I guess nothing would happen if you pushed it now. Well, nothing would happen normally anyway without a special key card. Both the door in the attendance room and both the door to the attendance room and the elevator's control panels require a key card, which makes it impossible for a passenger to come down here. All sorts of boxes are piled up here. This one says flammable, and this one says pharmaceuticals. This one says for exorcism use only. What? Maya Fey? Just what kind of operation is this airline running? Have you noticed anything strange happening around here?
No, sir. I haven't noticed a thing.
I'm not sure he meant to sound so oblivious. Okay, suitcase on the ground. Sorry, I don't know why I keep yawning. How big is this plane? Because currently I'm guessing 200 feet tall. Yeah, right? Like, this cargo area is so huge. Then again, you know, this is technically the future. Phoenix Wright games take place in the future. The very close future, you know, of 2019 or something. Hey, what's with the suitcase, pal?
Is what the victim checked in, sir.
So this suitcase belonged to Mr. Hicks. I don't think he'd mind if we took a closer look. After all, the man is dead. The height of a small building. Yeah, exactly.
There's nothing out of the ordinary in here, sir.
Wait, a file?
And there's a photo of Miss Von Karma in it, sir.
It looks like a profile on Francesca. What the? Why did Mr. Hicks have documents on Francesca in his possession? Why would Mr. Hicks have a file on her? Okay, weird of you. You arrived at the scene of the crime before Detective Gumshoe, correct? And you then immediately began to direct the investigation. It seems to me that you were already here at this airport for something besides this murder.
Yes, I was. I've been following a very large and involved governmental-level international crime. But it's much too large for one person to take on alone. So it was decided that I should form a joint investigation with Interpol.
Interpol. Francesca came to the airport as Interpol yes. Interpol is involved.
It's a top-secret operation, so I really can't tell you any more than I already have.
Okay. Why was your photo in the man's suitcase? Wait, no, I don't have it on my... Just kidding. So this is why she was here, so really, yeah. Can I connect these? Ooh. Now why would Mr. Hicks have documents profiling Francesca?
Oh, I know. I bet he's a big fan of Miss Von Karma, sir.
Francesca said that she had come to this airport as part of an Interpol investigation.
Oh, maybe Mr. Hicks had heard she was coming here and he followed her.
Detective, I think it's more likely that Mr. Hicks was, in factuality, Interpol agent Hicks. I think Francisca has some explaining to do. Hi. You came to this airport to rendezvous with the victim, didn't you?
Nonsense! What are you talking about?
We found a profile detailing information about you in the victim's luggage. I suppose it was prepared for him so that he could recognize you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol agent Hicks. Isn't that correct?
I should have known you'd figure it out, Miles. But it looks like they got to him first.
So you really did come here to receive an Interpol agent, then?
Yes. Agent Hicks was on the trail of a very large international smuggling ring. He went undercover to investigate this crime. And it was I who put him on this case. I was supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone once he had landed. I never expected to receive a call about his murder instead.
Okay. So what do we have? Smuggling. Oh, right, smuggling. And nothing else here. Okay, let's check the suitcase that's very clearly missing from this pile.
Holy suitcases, Mr. Edgeworth! It's like an all-you-can-use suitcase fair!
These must be all the leftover ones they couldn't sell. The ones the company is planning to dispose of after this flight is over.
This paint job is really cool, don't you think? It practically screams artsy.
Oh, why not purchase one then? I'm sure it will bring you much happiness.
You think so? Then maybe I will. Let's see here. $1,200!
Gumshoe just like us for real.
I think I'll pass.
And Miss Tenero wonders why they don't sell. You need 2 jobs just to buy one. Although, it definitely looks like one is missing. What is this brittle substance I'm stepping on? It's a bunch of glass fragments. Glass shards, where are these glass shards from? Huh. Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew.
This sure brings back memories of when I worked as a part-time mover, sir.
By the look in his eyes, he's waiting for me to ask about the rest of the story. But no matter how he pours on the puppy eyes, I have no intention of doing so. Here I thought she was here to greet Edgeworth because she's secretly a softie. Yeah, no, that would never happen. She was so insistent on accusing him of being a murderer too. I didn't know that this plane was capable of carrying such large pieces of cargo.
This thing's as tall as two of you on top of each other, sir.
It would probably take 20 of you to cover the entire surface of this monstrosity.
What, really? Well, I guess that sounds about right.
There's really no need to take that throwaway estimate seriously, Detective. Okay. Wait, hold on. Wait, look. There's death. That's crazy. See, look, watch Edgeworth get larger as he walks closer to the camera. What the fuck? What the hell? I'm not going crazy. I'm not crazy, right? Is he getting larger or was just the camera? Oh no, he is getting larger. Whoa. Okay. Oh, wait. The glasses? No way, right? Unless... I think we can safely conclude that these fragments are from a pair of glasses.
And the victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses.
Exactly what I was thinking. I'm sure that the shards would match up perfectly with the remnants of his glasses lens. Ergo, the victim was here, just as I suspected.
So you're saying that the real scene of the crime was here, sir?
Isn't that what I've been saying for a while now?
Oh, is it? I didn't know that.
Perhaps it was a bit early to draw that conclusion. However, I believe that the possibility has just skyrocketed considerably. All that's left is to find the murder weapon. I think we now have a pretty definitive evidence that Agent Hicks came down here to the cargo hold.
But what was he doing down here, sir? There's nothing but luggage. Oh, I get it. Maybe he forgot something in his suitcase and came down to get it. Ow!
Agent Hicks came here for a work-related reason. Of that, I'm sure.
Yes, I'm sure he was here to investigate the smuggling operation he was observing. Francisca, do you know exactly how he intended to pursue his investigation?
No, unfortunately, I was going to find out from him after he landed.
I see. But this raises another question. A normal passenger can't access the cargo hold on their own. Agent Hicks must have identified himself to a member of the crew and entered the cargo hold with that person who let him in. Yes, and then he was murdered here. These glass fragments and his broken glasses are a testament to that. Then, the killer put Agent Hicks into one of the square suitcases and they entered the elevator, but while they were riding it up, the plane hit that patch of turbulence. Oh. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open, and Agent Hicks' body flew out. At the same time, his wallet fell out of his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere. Which explains why there was money scattered all over the elevator floor. Hooray!
I think it's pretty easy to say who the culprit is at this stage.
What? Really, sir?
I know what you're thinking, Miles Edgeworth. The killer can be none other than Miss Rhoda Tenero.
Definitive evidence.
If it was a crew member, any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold. But the point to keep in mind is that the keycard that allows the elevator to come down here. The only person with such high-level access is Miss Rhoda Tenero. I'd say that's a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you?
I know what she's trying to say, and I'm not certain it's as simple as that. Okay. If it was a crew member, or any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold.
Hold it!
200,000, or not 200, $1,200, and the suitcase won't even stay shut during turbulence. Yeah, exactly. Why do they price it so high? I don't know. That may be true, but then it could be anyone, including Miss Meal or even the captain.
Don't be a fool. A plane without a pilot in the cockpit is like a horse without a rider, crop in hand. Much like Scruffy over there.
I can't disagree with her on that. Detective Gumshoe does always need a guiding hand. Brand name price. Very well. Then what about the other flight attendant, Miss Mew?
I thought you might ask about her.
A point to keep in mind is that the key card that allows the elevator to come down here.
Hold it!
But it's highly likely that the key card was stolen from Miss Tenero.
It's highly likely? Is that possibility the best you can come up with? Can you call yourself a disciple of my father?
Yes, well, while I don't have any evidence,
Be quiet. You're a disgrace. There's more evidence pointing to Miss Rhoda Tenero, you know? It's not just the keycard that gives her away.
You talking about the murder weapon? The Captain Hugo piggy bank.
Yes, she's also the only person with the key to open that display case.
Further, there's the matter of the key to display case that held the murderer's bank. Okay.
Hold it!
But that is a fake.
Stop right there, Miles Edgeworth. You don't have any proof that this is just a red herring. If you must keep insisting on it's a fake, but if you must keep insisting that it's a fake, then what is the real murder weapon and where did it go? Speechless, I see. It's not a surprise. After all, you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed.
There must be a way. There must be something that can help me rule out this piggy bank as the murder weapon. What should be examined further to help us ascertain the authenticity of the weapon? The body? Francisca, I think you were too quick to jump to your conclusions.
Oh, was I?
Yes, we don't even have the autopsy results yet. How can I not say that you made a snap judgment when you have yet to even see if the wound on Agent Hicks' head is consistent with the murder weapon?
Scruffy!
Yes, sir.
Contact the medical examiner's office at once. I wish to hear the results of Agent Hicks' autopsy.
Yes, sir. Wasn't the whole thing that the murder happened before the turbulence and statue was taken after? Yeah, that's why Edgeworth is so insistent that the statue was a fake murder weapon. Or like a red herring murder weapon. We've got a big problem, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. What is it, detective? They're still doing the autopsy, but they said that they already know this one thing for sure.
Report, now!
The doc said that it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. From the victim's shoulder to his mid-back, he was beaten over such a wide area. Well, I'd say maybe it's a sign that the killer had a grudge against Agent Hicks. It wasn't just his head. The killer went all out and hit him multiple times, sir. Instantaneous death resulting from a blow to the back of the head, bruising head to mid-back.
Scruffy, what is had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean?
Well, that's, honestly, I just said it because I thought it seemed cool. Was the wound on the victim's head consistent with the murder weapon, detective? Oh, well, they said they were still looking into that, sir.
You're completely useless!
Yo! Poor Gumshoe.
Sir, I told you already, you can't go down there.
No, you remove yourself from my way! What is all that racket? Oh my god, here we go again. What? Chest to chest? What? Hello?
My luggage, my cargo, they're mine, and I demand you return them to me. Wait,
What was the voice he had again? It was something that strained my voice.
my luggage, my cargo, they're mine, and I demand you return them to me.
We're still investigating the cargo hold. Please understand and have a little patience.
I suppose there's no choice.
Belly to belly.
Finally,
Finally,
finally, I think you gave. Hey, what are you? You have no choice but to use strong. You left me no choice but to use strong force. Ah!
you won't get past me. Oh, I thought it was leading up to what do you call it? Like, oh, like they pushed him down the stairs and that's why his back is so fucked up. But oh, well, I guess this also works. This is wait, that's it. That's what this whole thing has been about.
Further, it is in the matter of the key to the display case that's held the murderous bank. After all, you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up entirely empty-handed.
The dog said it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. How's it dead? He didn't die, he just... Okay. Jesus. Alright. Okay, so the bank can't be the cause of death because the bank couldn't have done this, right? Allegedly, the killer struck the victim many times over, which is why there is extensive bruising over such a wide area. Was that really the correct conclusion to draw from the evidence? The bruise from his shoulder to the middle of his back is one continuous mark, which is more suggestive of a single blow to the back. If that's the case, then the piggy bank is much too small to have caused that. Therefore, the murder weapon must be something far bigger. That's a lot of question marks. If we're looking for a rather large weapon, you'd think it would stick out. But so far we haven't found anything that resembles a weapon of any sort. Perhaps, just perhaps, it's something we all overlooked from the very beginning. Because normally, it's too impossibly big to be taken into consideration. What was that all about? Was he trying to jump his way down here? Francisca.
What? What do you want?
I found it, Francisca. I found the real murder weapon.
You did?
He really jumped. We didn't realize it until now, but the answer has been right in front of us the whole time. He might be hurt. We should go check up on him, sirs. Edgeworth and Francisca's like, we do not care.
There's that pompous attitude of yours again. You should really learn to drop that habit.
This coming from a prosecutor with the habit of whipping everyone she comes across.
Anyway, if you really are a prosecutor, then you'll back yourself up with evidence.
You two aren't listening at all, are you?
Come on then, show me this real murder weapon you speak of.
I don't think I have anything, right? I don't have any evidence to show you.
Foolish reasoning for a foolish fool from a foolishly foolish fool meant to fool me. What do you mean I don't have any evidence to show?
Perhaps I should have phrased it as that which caused Agent Hicks' death is incorporeal. Forgive me, but I do believe I have figured out what the real cause of death. What was the real cause of death? Suffocation, free fall. The victim fell from a great height and subsequently died as a result. In other words, the real cause of death is free falling to the ground. He fell
Fell to his death?
Yes, this is the only plausible possibility. The victim has extensive bruising on the back of his head and his neck. And the only rational explanation for these injuries is that he fell to his death. Forgot about her fooling. Yeah,
But the murder happened inside this plane.
I know.
Are you claiming that there's some place in this plane from which he could have fallen from?
Bitch, we just saw. As I said earlier, the answer has been right in front of us the entire time.
You can't mean...
Yes, I do. The victim fell from the top of the stairs of this very cargo hold.
What? Then, we're in trouble. We may have a second death on our hands, sirs. Hey, you! Tell me you aren't dead, pal.
Quiet. Why are you screaming?
He's alive!
And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. It's not possible that Agent Hicks fell over the railing to his death. That man is living proof of that.
I suppose it's true that it's not possible, given the current circumstances.
The current circumstances? What is that supposed to mean?
Suppose that that large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time. What would have happened then?
It would have been a Virginian pancake for sure, sir.
I suppose that man over there wouldn't still be breathing. But the reality is that the cargo box is there. So there is no point in entertaining your wild hypothetical scenarios.
It may be there now, but there's no proof that it was always there.
As if there could have been a window of time when that giant box was not there.
Oh, but there was. What can I use to show her that it's possible the box was not always where it is now? Refueling!
Take that!
You refueled in the Republic of Jinfa?
Yes, this flight had a short layover in Jinfa in order to refuel. But that wasn't the only reason for the layover. We also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred onto the plane at the time? To further prove my point, let's take a look at what's next to the box in question.
Oh, it's labeled Junfa Express.
Correct, meaning it was loaded onto the plane in Jinfa. Okay. Now what if the box in question was also loaded on at the same time?
It would mean that the box was not here in the cargo hold during the Europe-Jinfa leg of the flight.
Making a clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death entirely possible.
But your theory is still very far-fetched.
Then allow me a chance to prove how very likely my scenario is. My first order of business will be to examine that piece of cargo in more detail. Okay. If I may have a word with you, Francisco.
I don't really think you have the time for idle chatter. You still need to prove to me that your hypothetical situation is in fact reality.
Okay. Oh, no, I didn't want to... No. 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 Roger, sir. It's not unusual for Gumshoe to be so directing. You must outrank this officer.
If you run into any trouble, you just leave it up to me, okay? Yes, sir. Watch out, Detective Gumshoe. Oh!
Scruffy, I think your ego is in need of some deflating.
I was following your footsteps, sir. I want to try patronizing my subordinates.
Cruel and unforgiving to the detective, even in front of his own subordinate. This is a rather large piece of cargo.
There's a tag on it, sir. Let's see. Elif Red Statue. Never heard of it.
Nor I. But all I care about is if we can prove it wasn't here at the time of the crime.
Then let's get investigating, sir.
Oh.
Look here, don't go about touching my possessions without my permission. Don't rush up on me like that, pal.
So this belongs to Mr. LeBlanc, does it? I should see what else I can find out from him. Ugh, I have to talk to this guy again. No body bumps this time. No. Unfortunately, he made it down. LeBlanc's cargo. I take it that this large piece of cargo belongs to you, Mr. LeBlanc.
Of course it's mine. I shipped this fine piece of art from Europe. This Aleph Red statue is worth 10 million cents. Wait, no, maybe much, much more.
Mr. LeBlanc's reasoning for choosing this plane must have been the large cargo hold. 10 million cents? Suggest you'd stop trying to calculate how many packets of noodles that makes, Detective.
Darn, how did you do that? I feel like you keep getting better and better at seeing right through me every year.
Though I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun, I have the distinct impression he continues to madly spin in place. Oh my god, Edgeworth.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, so that 10 million cents, is that euros or in dollars?
Does it really make a difference in our case? Mr. LeBlanc, there is a chance that your cargo is related to our murder case. I was wondering if you could allow us to examine it a bit closer.
It is a very valuable piece of art, so no, there will be no touching.
Because I've brought a piece of art from Europe, but... Do we think? Oh look, it makes a complete sentence. It must be right. If Mr. LeBlanc has something to do with the smuggling ring, then it's possible this fake statue was brought on board in Jinfa. I think I need to question him a bit further. He's lying about the art. That's why he's so protective of it. Maybe. About your statue, Mr. LeBlanc. I wonder if it might be a fake.
What? How dare you say my art is fake?
I suspect that your statue might be the target of an international smuggling ring.
Don't say such fantastical things. Those thieves would not dare. I have the certification of my cargo right here.
Do you mean...
Do you mean the cargo certification document? Mr. Zinc LeBlanc, why didn't you say so earlier? Please show it to us at once.
Philly Airlines Airway bill.
I can't read this. What does it say?
It says as plain as day. The cargo was put onto the plane in Europe.
And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. Too bad for you. The statue was brought on board in Europe, just as it states in the certificate.
No, that's...
Which means that there was never a window of time in which the statue wasn't sitting there.
I respectfully disagree. We can't discount the theory until I see the statue for myself.
Fine, then you can have your wish. Look at it yourself and see that I'm right.
Oh! This... I know I've seen this somewhere before.
This is the Aleph Red. It gives off such feeling of art. I can practically smell it. This statue has a high amount of historical value. After it was unveiled in a museum in Europe, I brought it to this country to exhibit it.
Aleph Red statue. Piece of art being shipped by Mr. LeBlanc who claims it's worth 10 million cents. I believe a closer look is warranted here. So this is the infamous Aleph Red statue.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Did you find something?
There's something wrong with this picture. We should examine it in more detail. So this is the Aleph Red statue. I swear I've seen this somewhere before.
No wonder this thing is worth 10 million cents. Look at how it sparkles, sir.
I wouldn't call it sparkling, Detective. Maybe more along the lines of dully shining. What have we here?
It says Jinfa Express on the cloth, sir. I'm gonna take a guess and say that this delivery company is based in Jinfa.
Something is tugging on the corner of my mind, as though something is out of place. What is this?
The statue looks like it's stepping all over its neighbor's cloth cover.
Oh. Oh.
It kind of resembles its owner's attitude in a sense. Ho ho.
You, what did you say? What did you say? Said now. Further, my clothing hem is not being stepped on by anyone. It's too expensive for me to allow that to happen.
Please forgive the trespasses of my subordinates.
Why should I forgive if the dress passes? Unless it's an expensive dress, you keep it.
Okay. Leftover suitcases sit here, lined up in two pretty neat rows. Too bad for Miss Tenero, but this design is unmarketable.
Oh, why don't they sell them at the airport and have a bargain basement sale? Buy one, get one free. If you win the raffle, you get one more for free. How about those ideas, sir?
I think if they did that, everyone would lose. Okay. Oh, I can see the details. Oh, wow. The statue's eyes look like they're made of a jewel-like stone.
Those gems sure are pretty. And look at that fiery orange color, sir.
Well, according to Mr. LeBlanc, this whole thing is worth a pretty penny.
Oh, I just got a really great idea. I can probably find some rocks down by the river I can polish up to look like real jewels. I think I'll try that out and give one to Maggie as a present next time.
Oh, I wonder if he's serious. I wonder if I should try to stop him if he is. That's sweet. I'm glad I clicked that. Okay. Oh, the jewels are a different color. Oh. Are these eyes made of some sort of gem?
That's a really nice shade of orange. For a sec, I couldn't even tell they were jewels. Oh, but they kind of remind me of the eyes of this stray cat that lives near my house.
Maggie exclamation is really, yeah, it's really cute. Are the eyes supposed to be this color? Is it possible the statue is a fake? It's connected to any of the evidence I hold. Yes. Eureka! These eyes are awfully orange, don't you think?
Yeah, and pretty. They remind me of sunsets when I was in grade school, sir.
I don't think you see what I'm talking about.
No, I do. But it's really like the color of the sun when it's setting, sir. Ah, the memories. I remember standing out in that field, spinning with my arms out until I fell ill.
I don't care about sunsets. Focus, detective. What color are the eyes in this photo?
Ah, sir, they're red.
As I thought. The statue is a fake. Mr. LeBlanc.
What do you want? Do you not know I'm a busy man? I'll allow you 2 seconds for your answer.
The Aleph Red. I suppose this is your pride and joy, is it not?
It's the biggest trophy on this European trip. Do you know why I wanted to possess this statue? The trigger started 17 years ago.
Better grab a chair, sir. Sounds like this one's gonna be a long story.
Mr. LeBlanc, I regret to inform you that, and you have my heartfelt sympathy, but...
What is that? Sympathy for what?
You'll see. I'd like you to compare the eyes.
That large fellow there has very bright and pretty eyes compared to you.
Okay. I wasn't talking about the two of us. I meant the eyes of the statue in front of us and the one in this photo.
Why does sudden yelling? Now then, oh! It is a photo of the statue on display at the museum in Europe. Ah!
Now do you see, Mr. LeBlanc? The statue before us is a fake.
Ah! Fake!
I believe that even further examination will be required, now that we have confirmed that this is indeed a fake. There must be some sort of proof that this was brought on board in Jinfa, and I will present to you evidence that will resolve the remaining contradiction. Oh. This thing. Wait. I didn't need to examine it. I need to present it. Okay. Evidence that I hold. Shit. I have to present evidence. Loaded on board. Oh, here. Eureka! No, just kidding. I'm a dumbass. What are you going on about?
It's just a simple case of cargo cover getting
Oh no, never mind. Got it right. Okay.
getting stuck under another piece of cargo. That's not possible.
But it is. It shouldn't be this way, but the statue's on top of the cloth. Supposing that the neighboring piece of cargo was brought on board in Jinfa, there's no way that any part of it should wind up under something from Europe. Which means that this fake statue was smuggled on board in Jinfa.
But then, what about the cargo certificate?
Let me ask in return. What about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down here in the middle of the flight? There's only one reason why. To secure proof of the smuggling activity aboard this flight.
So you say, but I don't believe he had to do that mid-flight. We could have just as easily inspected all of the cargo after the plane landed.
That may be true. However, you have it backwards, Francisco. Sure, Agent Hicks could have waited until after the plane had landed, but he had a reason for coming down to the cargo hold. Suppose he had found the fake at the airport. It would have been after the swap had occurred. At that time, the suspicion would naturally fall onto the statue's owner, who would have no way to prove that the statue was switched without his knowledge. Which means there is someone involved who is forging or modifying cargo certificates. Ah. Says the statue was loaded on board in Europe, but the statue is a fake. Wait, I thought. Wait, okay. Do I have this wrong in my brain? So, like, I thought, like they loaded the statue on in Europe, right? Like the real statue with red eyes. And then in Junfa, when they were adding other cargo, right? They unloaded that statue and then put in this fake replacement instead. So like the real one is in Junfa? Question mark? Or did I get that wrong? I'm sure Miles Edgeworth the game will tell me. I guess the victim knew the real version of this was going to get nabbed, huh? Yes. Well, this photo could be seen as nothing more than a simple souvenir. It was in fact taken to be used as a reference document later on. Next, Agent Hicks had to secure proof that the smuggling had taken place. He came down here to take a picture of the cargo hold. A rather empty one at that, right before the fake statue could be loaded on board. Oh, okay. So when it left, so it didn't leave Europe with a statue. Basically, that's what we were saying. Right, because that was the whole point. We were trying to prove that this place was empty so that he could fall to the ground and die. So it didn't leave. So when we left Europe, there was no statue here. And then it was loaded in when we set in Junfa. Okay.
A photo of the hold missing a valuable piece of cargo would have been proof enough. After that, all he had to do was hold the Jinfa cargo crew and arrest the smuggler.
Exactly. This only goes to prove my theory. If the statue was not in the cargo hold during the Europe-Jinfa leg of the trip, there would have been enough height from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death.
Officer, move the statue immediately. I want a thorough examination of the floor underneath. Now!
Miss Von Karma, I'm ready to report my findings.
Go on.
After moving the Aleph statue out of the way, we tested the area under it with new luminol, and there was a reaction.
Dun dun.
I see. There was a reaction to luminol. An indication that there was blood in that spot.
Ugh, can we stop looking at it now, sirs?
It would seem that my deductions were correct after all.
I suppose it would appear that way.
The culprit cleaned the blood up as well.
And how do you think the killer did that?
How did the killer clean up all the blood? Oh, with the scarf.
Take that!
The killer used a bloody cloth I found inside the suitcase to clean up the mess.
See, they had a need to clean up all the blood before the plane landed in Jinfa.
Yes, because otherwise the cargo crew would have discovered it during the layover.
So you guys are saying that the murder happened before the plane landed in Jinfa?
There's no other conceivable timeline for the events of the murder. But if that is true, then that throws a certain person's testimony into doubt. If the murder occurred before we landed in Jinfa, then this becomes highly suspect. Mia's testimony. She said that Hicks was in his chair at 5. Recall Miss Meal's testimony about Agent Hicks in regard to when we departed Jinfa.
Is that Mr. Hicks sitting in the seat at 5 a.m., you know?
She claims Agent Hicks was alive at the time of the service calls, but
That totally contradicts the facts, sir.
But why would she lie about something like that?
I think the only person who can answer that is Miss Meal herself. Oh, to be continued again? Oh my god. You're killing me. Okay. At least they aren't going by super, like they aren't taking super long. That's good. They're like, ooh, cliffhanger. Just tell me. March 12th, 3:35 p.m. Flight G390 lower deck cargo hold. Miss Meal. Miss Meal! Do you recall what you said earlier? About when you answered some service calls as we were departing from Jinfa. Sunk cost our way to victory.
Huh?
You said that Mr. Hicks was sitting in his seat at that time. However, that's simply not possible. Because Mr. Hicks was dead long before we ever touched down in Jinfa. Miss Cammy Meal!
Maybe I didn't see what I thought I did?
No one can make a mistake so large, Miss Meal.
But I made that kind of boo-boo all the time.
Ugh.
This is going nowhere. There must be a better way of resolving this contradiction.
Very well. Miss Meal, if you please, tell me about your alibi during the time span. From just before we were to land at 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. when the body was found. Oh, from just before we were to land at 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. when the body was found. Miss Meal, lock in.
Are you telling me I'm a suspect, Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Meal's alibi.
Oh yeah. Day before, I was in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. Yeah. And from 5 to 6, I was in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self.
How is a man supposed to react to a testimony like that? It's almost as bad as Polly Squawk Polly. Miss Meal, wake up! She fell asleep again. Looks like the only way I'm going to be able to wake her up is by pressing her. By pressing her. Okay.
Hold it!
Hold it! Wake the fuck up! Miss Meal, wake up!
Wake up. Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you do something about this flight attendant this instant. Fuck.
Why ask me to wake her when you can finally put that whip to appropriate use?
I don't hit women! From the informant in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome.
Someone give her coffee. If I remember correctly, food was being served in first class in the lounge between the hours of 3 and 4 a.m.
Yeah, but that kind of stuff's run by Miss Rhoda.
And what were you doing in attendance room at that time?
Eating and having the most delicious dream.
You mean you were neglecting your duties?
No way! Sleeping is part of our job too, you know? Yeah.
Hold it!
What happened to feminism equality? Miss Meal, how many times do I have to repeat myself? Wake up!
Wake up.
What did you whip me for, sir?
Oh, what I missed.
A poor detective being on the receiving end of a lash in your steed.
Really? Sorry about that.
You can make amends for that by continuing your testimony.
For 5 6, that was in the flight attendant's room open my level so.
Whip her hair. So you were alone the entire time, were you?
Yeah, no one else even popped their head in to say hi.
Oh, well, I think a contradiction just popped in to say hi. What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Raise an objection! Miss Meal, there is a clear contradiction embedded in your testimony.
What are you talking about?
It's not possible that you were alone in the attendance room the whole time from 5 to 6 a.m. Because, Rhoda would have came in. So I don't know what exactly points to that. Maybe the receipt?
Take that!
Okay, yeah. Oh, thank God. We didn't have to do an edgeworth fumble this time. I wonder if you would be so kind as to take a look at this receipt, Miss Mew.
Receipt? For what?
It's for the suitcase Miss Tenero bought. Yeah. Now, if I may direct your attention to the timestamp. As you can see, it clearly says 5:40 a.m. 5:40 a.m. Miss Tenero.
Yes! Why is the killer here? I thought you had her locked up by now.
I requested that she be present as a witness, so that we may straighten out your complex lie. Now then, Miss Tenero, between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m., you took a trip from first class down to the first floor in-flight shop, correct?
Yes, I went to the shop to buy a suitcase. After which, I went straight to the attendant's room to drop it off.
And did you see Miss Meal there at the time?
No.
So, Miss Meal, where were you really between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m.? Miss Cammy Meal!
The bathroom?
I'll be the one to ask the questions here.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I probably just missed her. Nature calls, you know?
Do you take me for a fool? That's a little too convenient to be true.
But it's the truth. Grasp my heart. And hope to die? Stick a needle in your eye?
I don't have enough conclusive proof to counter-argue her at this stage.
You don't believe me, do you? But please, won't you give me a chance and hear me out?
Reason for suspicion.
Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew. But you think then maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too. She's the one in charge of the elevator keycard in the shop, you know. If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious.
Please leave Miss Tenero out of the conversation. Only you are under suspicion for now.
I don't get it. Why are you covering for Miss Rhoda all of a sudden? Oh, now I get it. Maybe you got your eye on Miss Rhoda.
Of course I'm keeping an eye on her. I can't very well let her escape, can I?
Never mind. You know, I know something. Miss Rhoda actually kind of like. I have absolutely no interest in people who can't appreciate my sense of design.
Now's not the time for this sort of talk.
Actually, I can kind of see it with another person. Maybe someone in a blue suit with black spiky hair. I feel like that would make a really good picture. Anyway,
He's not interested. Like, I know you suspect me.
Hold it.
No, it's not the only reason I have for suspecting you. Your statements regarding Mr. Hicks also turned out to be a bunch of lies.
But say I wasn't an attendant. You wouldn't suspect me then, would you?
Yes, I suppose that's true enough. But you think then maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too?
Hold it.
She's already being detained for further questioning, or have you already forgotten?
Oh, yeah, I guess I just forgot. Kimmy, don't tell me you suspect me too. Sorry, can't help it. I mean, other than you, there's no one else who would have done it. I can't believe you would think that. I mean, me, a killer?
Miss Neal, what did you mean just now by no one else could have done it? She's the one in charge of the elevator keycard and the shop, you know.
Hold it.
And what are you in charge of, Miss Neal?
I take care of the attendance room.
That doesn't count.
Oh, but I spend so much time in there. It might as well be my responsibility. Mr. Edgeworth, Cammy is very talented in languages, so she assists passengers who may not speak English, especially those who speak Borginian. She's the only one on this flight who is fluent. Oh, you mean that kind of what I'm in charge of? Why didn't you say so in the first place?
What else could I have meant?
Yeah, so I'm really good at Borginian.
She's fluent in Borginian. Then I suppose you're in charge of processing documents in Borginian.
Yeah, I take care of anything that has to do with Borginian.
Very interesting. Okay. Ask me, that makes me super suspicious.
Hold it.
Actually, you're on the nose. Oh, fuck. Actually, your on the job behavior makes you super suspicious in my eyes.
Huh? But why?
While Miss De Niro is busy with the passengers and all her other duties, you have a lot of free time on your hands, thus providing you with ample time to commit the crime.
Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you cease and desist this line of conjectural questioning. I won't allow you to bluff your way through this like a certain defense lawyer. Lord knows you already learned so many things from okay.
But I do not honestly believe Miss Neal does any actual work aboard this flight.
Oh, that's not true, Mr. Edgeworth. Although, well...
All I'm in charge of are the attendance room and some Borginian stuff. So, what exactly do you do as the one in charge of some Borginian stuff?
I just sort of like translate things from and into Borginian. Cameron is the only member of the crew who understands Borginian, Mr. Edgeworth.
Miss Neal, I take it then that it is your job to process all the Borginian paperwork.
Yeah, see, I totally pull my weight around here.
So it would appear. Perhaps I should ask her for a few more details about her work, and... Miss Neal, it's very unladylike to push suspicion onto someone else.
That's not what I'm doing at all. I'm just saying Miss Rhoda is very
There you go, pushing everything onto her again.
I don't get what you're saying. It must be a really abstract concept, huh?
The only thing abstract here is the landscape inside your head. Okay. But, hold on. I don't think anything was specifically added. Document says statue was loaded on board, but statue's a fake, right? The eye candy quote. Crying. Man, what kind of flights are we doing? Okay, it's because I'm one of the crew. You should also suspect Miss Rhoda. She's in charge of, you know, that makes her super suspicious. I'm in charge of, all I'm in charge of are the attendance room and some Borginian stuff.
Hold it.
Supposed to do is to try to okay, yeah, I did hit this one. My brain is slow, it's blanking. Okay. Okay. All I'm in charge of are an attendance room and some Borginian stuff. the Borginian stuff that's wrong. Her name is Chamomile. Yeah. Okay, so you were the only one in this flight crew that speaks Borginian. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
I studied abroad in Virginia for a while. If that's the case, then the signature on this document belongs to you, doesn't it? This is a falsified piece of documentation with only one purpose: to lead anyone who read it to believe that Mr. LeBlanc's statue was loaded in Europe. The only person who could have either prepared or processed this document in Borginian is you, Miss Meal. Without your participation, the smuggling of the Aleph Red could not have occurred. Don't sleep while I'm pointing my finger at you!
Oh, I wouldn't dream of falling asleep on you, Mr. Edgeworth. It's exactly as you say.
Are you confessing to having participated in the smuggling?
No, far from it. It's true that I was the one who signed off on that document. But you can't use that fact alone to make your allegation of smuggling stick.
The bubble blower came out of nowhere.
There's no direct correlation after all. All I have is my signature on a piece of paper.
Really? All you did was sign it? Oh shit, she locked in? Yeah.
I neglected to check if the cargo had been loaded onto the plane properly. So sorry about that.
It seems that she's finally woken up. This is going to be one tough fight.
Suppose, and this is just a supposition, even if I was involved in the smuggling, you can't throw the charge of murder on me just like that.
Objection!
If you weren't involved in the smuggling, you would have a strong motive to kill. Agent Hicks was in the middle of an investigation regarding a smuggling ring. And just when he was about to close in, he's killed by a member of that ring. Well, did you ever stop to think that maybe Rhoda is the smuggling ring member? After all, unlike me, Rhoda has access to many things on this plane for work purposes.
So perhaps there's some element of a setup at play in this case.
What are you talking about?
Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you. I meant the killer. First it was myself, and now it's Miss Tenero who is under the microscope. Seems to me that our killer is going to great lengths to pin this crime on anyone they can.
You have no proof that Rhoda is being set up, or that she isn't.
Actually, I believe she was indeed the intended target from the very beginning. I believe that the plan was to push all of the blame for the crime onto her. And this evidence will prove my suspicions. Proves that the killer was out to frame Miss Tenero from the very beginning. The suitcase, probably?
Take that!
The killer could have hidden the body anywhere, and yet they chose the suitcase. Why is that? Perhaps it was to move the body up from the lower deck to the first floor. However, why go through the trouble to do so? Oh no! No, the plushie! The only way all of these actions make sense is if the killer had wanted to frame Miss Tenero for the murder. Miss Tenero buys a suitcase on every flight she works without fail. But should her suitcase be switched with one containing the victim's body, that would put her in a very tight spot. Unfortunately for the killer, the turbulence put an end to that plan. Please spare the dog to do anything wrong. There wasn't enough time to put the body back into the suitcase. Ergo, they made do with whoever was at hand, adapted their plan, and tried to frame me as I lay unconscious on the floor from the turbulence. The killer then went to hide the suitcase in the in-flight shop, and brought the piggy bank back to the elevator in order to fabricate a false weapon. A lot of work for a fruitless endeavor, wouldn't you agree?
Sounds like the killer had a tough time too, huh? I mean, why did the killer need to frame someone that badly anyway?
That is because of the special circumstances surrounding this particular case. What special circumstances indicating the need for the killer to frame someone? When the murder took place? Oh no, where the murder took place. Who the fuck? Wait, hold on. Ah! Wait. Special circumstances needed to frame someone. Wait, what is question? Oh my god, wait, why am I stumped? No! Edgeworth, you might take another fumble today. Or maybe two. No! The killer was at a loss to what to do with Agent Hick's body. But, as it just so happened, there were a bunch of empty suitcases nearby. Being a skinny man, the killer thought to put his body in the suitcase and hand it off.
You mean that the whole plan was to frame someone? To frame someone was an elaborate coincidence?
No, that's not what I said. You wrongly deduced my meaning, Miss Mio.
The one with the wrong deductions is you. Think before you speak again.
But patience, Francisca. I was about to reveal the truth. What special circumstance? Where? The special circumstance is simply that the murder took place on a plane mid-flight. No matter which country, customs is quite strict this day and age. So no matter what you do, the chances that the body will be found is very high. Therefore, there's no choice but to frame either Miss Tenero or myself. In other words, the only one who fit within the boundaries of the criminal movements. Agent Hicks of the skinny legend. Fit within the boundaries of the criminal movements is not Miss Tenero or myself. But you, Miss Camille. Only you and you alone could be the killer.
And... Are you done already? I was about to fall asleep again. Anyway, let's be honest here. You don't have anything on me other than a whole lot of circumstantial evidence.
I can see the outline of how the murder occurred, but I have no definitive evidence. And isn't there a piece of evidence that's still unaccounted for? Something that I still can't quite fit into the big picture. Oh, the phone. Oh.
Take that!
I don't have any actual evidence.
I thought not.
But that's because they were missing, and still is.
Missing? What do you mean by that?
In the complex puzzle that is this case, there was one piece I kept getting stuck on, and that is the victim's cell phone. Francisca, you were waiting at the airport for a phone call from Agent Hick's cell phone. Or at least, that's what you told me.
That's right.
But Agent Hick's cell phone could not be found at the crime scene.
You mean the killer took the phone with them?
Precisely. I suspect that if we were to find that phone, it would lead us to the killer.
Come on, get serious. If the victim fell to his death from that height, wouldn't his phone break as well?
We won't know that until we try a little experiment, will we? Francisca, I'd like to ask for your assistance. You know the victim's phone number, do you not?
Of course I do.
Agent Hick's phone is ringing from somewhere, sir. I hear it, detective. Now, where is it coming from? I have to actually search? Miss Mio, wake up!
Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm sleepy all of a sudden because it sounds like a lullaby I used to love as a child.
I better find that cell phone fast. Mr. Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Don't worry, Miss Tenero. I will get to the bottom of this and find the truth. So please, wait here until I return.
Alright, thank you for all you're doing, Mr. Edgeworth. Sounds like it's coming from the flight attendant's room.
I agree. Please don't hang up just yet. Let me find it first.
That's fine, but let's get one thing straight.
Yes?
Don't you dare answer his phone when you find it, understand?
I understand that you don't want to pay for the call. Wait, Gumshoe! Yo, Gumshoe! Okay. March 12th, 4:12 p.m. Flight G390, first floor, blah blah blah.
The rain is coming from somewhere in here, sir.
Leave no stone unturned, Detective Gumshoe. We must find it. Probably in this mess, right? Oh, just kidding. Doesn't seem to be over here.
Let's look somewhere else, sir.
Lockers? Ringing is coming from somewhere around here.
But it's not here, sir.
Why do I have such a bad feeling about where we're going to find the phone? Oh no. She put in...
The rain is coming from in here, sir.
What? No, it can't be.
This gotta be the victim's cell phone. Just whose locker is this, sir?
It's Miss Tsunero's.
What?
March 12th, 4:28 p.m. Flight G390, lower deck cargo hold. Oop.
So, Mr. Edgeworth, how did it go? Where did you find the phone?
I found it in the flight attendant's room. In Miss Tsunero's locker.
What? But... Rona Tenero! Oh, I don't know anything about the phone. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It's fun karma, is it? I suggest you arrest Mr. Rona Tenero right away.
Objection!
Wait, I have a theory! A game theory! This is related to the incident with the keycard. When the killer went to steal the keycard, they conveniently stashed the cell phone in Miss Tsunero's locker at the same time.
Objection!
This is related to the keycard, alright? It's this in the same way that we have zero proof that the killer did just that. The only voice that sings the truth is evidence. That is the one bird we cannot ignore.
What should I do? Franziska's right. I can't offer baseless conjectures at this point. Alright then. Why did the culprit take the cell phone from Agent Hicks? It must have something very incriminating on it. On or in it.
Hold it!
Hold it!
What now, Miles Edgeworth?
Not over yet. We have yet to find out why the killer took the phone.
What?
Inside this phone lies the final piece of incriminating evidence that will point us to our killer. We need to examine that phone, this phone in more detail. Okay, well it's broken for one. The LCD is broken. Without a screen, you can't even place a call with this. Ah, it's a camera lens. Come to think of it, I wonder, how exactly was Agent Hicks planning to preserve the crime scene of a smuggling? Franziska, I need you to confirm something. This cell phone, can it take pictures?
Mr. Edgeworth, I can't believe you don't know about this basic stuff, sir.
This looks like a very similar model to my own. And mine can take photos just fine.
Do you think Agent Hicks could have taken some pictures with this? In particular, pictures as evidence for his smuggling case. If so, I'd say there may be some very inconvenient photos in here for our killer smuggler.
But the phone's all busted up, sir.
Even a super
Wait, no, that's not her voice.
even a super processor can't repair a broken phone.
Ugh, I'll find a way.
I'll find a way, don't you worry about that. How do I receive a call if I can't make a call? Yeah, that's the real question.
May I go back to sleep now?
Objection!
Objection.
The LCD screens on the inside and outside are broken, that's for sure. But that's also reason enough to believe that the killer wasn't able to erase the data. What?
What do you mean by that, Franziska?
It looks like your killer isn't very familiar with electronics. This phone still rang when I called it, meaning that only the LCD screens are broken.
Oh, okay.
It's possible that the photos are still there inside, waiting to be accessed. All we need is to transfer the data to my phone.
Franziska, your phone, if you please.
Very well. It's transferring. Alright, displaying it now.
Oh, this is...
Agent Hicks was most certainly trying to obtain some evidence for his smuggling case.
Hey, the owl is red. The owl is red nowhere in this pic, sir.
But this has no meaning as a piece of evidence in this murder case, right?
Oh, she's right. There's not much we can find out from this about Agent Hicks' killer, sir.
Is this it? Is this the end? Is there really nothing in this photo that we can use? I guess we can... let me see. Boxes of bed sheets. These are still in the cargo hold, though. There's nothing unusual about them in particular, but I can't shake the feeling.
You're just playing around. Mind if I go home?
Yes, I mind. What exactly is different between then and now? What's all this?
Oh, those are they are cargo ships from Virginia to Jinfa.
So the reason they aren't here now is that they were dropped off in Jinfa. Mr. LeBlanc, can you tell me the contents of the boxes? Unfortunately, there is no English written on them anywhere.
One cluster of boxes is written in Virginia. It says, beep boop 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 beep. It's cloth in English.
Cloth? Could it be? Is this where the killer...
What? What for that scary face?
Miss Mio,
Is
it appears that Agent Hicks was no ordinary investigator. He left us with a piece of evidence, after all. A striking piece that will point out who his killer is.
maybe you shouldn't force your mistake in reading of a simple picture, Mr. Edgeworth.
And this piece of evidence will point us straight to the killer. The cloth?
Take that!
Not gonna lie, I don't know where we're going.
And what is that supposed to prove?
The killer used this piece of cloth to wipe up the blood they had spilt. But there was one thing that bothered me this whole time. Where did it come from? And now I finally found my answer in this very photo. The cargo that was unloaded in Jinfa had cloth written on it. In Borginian, that is. Oh, as in only she could have known to get the cloth from those boxes. Because she's the only one who knows Borginian. So like, yeah, so if they were to argue that Miss Rhoda did this, then it's like, well, where would she have found that cloth to wipe the blood? You know? Crazy moment. And this is where the killer grabbed the piece from to clean up the blood with. That's right. Killer was someone who could read and understand Borginian. And the only crew member that fits that description is you, Miss Camille.
That's pretty flimsy. The killer probably searched through all the boxes looking for something to use. When you're frantic, you don't care if the box is in English or Virginia.
Objection!
Sorry, but I cannot agree with your assessment of the killer's indiscriminate nature.
What?
There's no need for the killer to tear through boxes at random at all. And if the killer supposedly could not comprehend Borginian, well then... logically, the killer would have opened this box first. Bed sheets. Yeah.
Take that!
Hey, it says bed sheets in English right on the box, sir.
Precisely. And bed sheets would be perfect for cleaning up blood, wouldn't you say? Yeah.
So, what are you trying to say?
Now, if I were the criminal, this box of bed sheets would have been what I would have thought at first.
However, the killer chose to use some Virginian cloth. Do you have an explanation for that?
The killer didn't want anyone to know that the real scene of the crime was this cargo hold. So they were afraid to leave signs of the box. So they were afraid to leave signs that the box for the sheets had been opened. However, the Borginian cloth, well, that's a horse of a different color.
Because the killer knew that it was going to be unloaded in the Republic of Jinfa.
That's right. That is why the Borginian cloth was used. And only the Borginian reader on board can make such a calculated decision. It's you, Camille. You and you alone. the plushy defense. It would be very easy for us to confirm if any of the boxes were resealed. All we would have to do is contact the Junfa authorities in time. We may even find other evidence to incriminate our killer within those boxes. Grr. So, what do you say, Miss Meal? Why not confess to your crime here and now? Or would you rather wait and see what we find out from our investigation in Junfa?
He was Interpol. I couldn't stop it. I brought him here. Started taking pictures. I couldn't be found out. I was scared. I was in trouble. I
Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Man. March 12th, 5:26 p.m. Flight G390 First Floor Lounge.
We finished making all the arrangements to take the suspect in, sir.
Very good, detective. What about the smuggling route? Did she say anything about that?
They're taking her down to the precinct now. Hopefully we can get more out of her there. Whenever we even approached the topic, she just started foaming at the mouth. It was scary, sir.
She probably wasn't prepared to commit a murder all of a sudden. One thing is for sure, the ring behind this whole mess means serious business. It looks like there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye.
Mr. Edgeworth, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate everything you did. Thank you so much.
It was nothing. I was literally just doing my job. In fact, I should be the one thanking you for your cooperation.
But truly, if it wasn't for you, I might not be here right now. Instead, I can continue to serve our passengers as a flight attendant. I hope that, well, please accept this as a token of my appreciation.
That's...
I see. You don't have to take it if you don't want it.
No, I mean, I would never turn down a lady's generous offer.
Oh, thank you.
Wow, Edgeworth, and they say chivalry is dead.
I'm sure it will serve you well.
He immediately gives it to Gumshoe.
And remember, we here at GoU Airlines are always ready to serve, Mr. Edgeworth.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
Now I must bid you farewell. May all your skies be blue, no matter where you go.
I can't believe we wound up investigating the whole day, sir, but boy, it was fun. Or boy, was it fun.
Speak for yourself. My day was filled with earthquakes, elevators, and false charges. Practically reliving my nightmare. By the way, where's Francisca?
Oh, she's filling out some customs paperwork for her departure.
Her Edgeworth has been up since 6 a.m. Yeah, exactly. Departure. He only had a 10-minute nap. He's running on pure justice.
Yeah, Miss Von Karma's always really busy, sir. She's been flying from country to country to chase down some leads regarding her case.
Detective, can you cancel the car I had you reserve earlier?
You got it, sir.
March 12th, 5:47 p.m. Hope Springs Airport. Francisca.
I thought I told you when you first landed. I have no time for idle chatter.
I have no intention of wasting your time. However, it has been a while since we last met.
We literally met this morning. I also have no time for such familiar reminiscence. Just who do you think I am?
You are Francisca von Karma, a very proud prosecutor deserving of much respect.
Until only a little while ago, I was but a wretched mutt who was always losing to you. A dancing Pero, living her life on the name and fame of her invincible father. I can't fucking. Living her life on the name and fame her invincible father built.
True, your father, Manfred von Karma, didn't lose a single case for 40 years as a prosecutor. However, I wouldn't say he was invincible.
What are you talking about? The group I'm on the trail of is a little more troublesome than most. The smuggling route we found this time is only one sliver of the big picture.
Sounds like a dangerous assignment.
You really don't have to worry. I can take care of myself.
Yes, I suppose you can.
Plus, there's another agent on this case with me.
Oh, another agent?
He's a star among Interpol agents, and has the highest successful arrest rate. Who knows? You may even run into him one day.
I was simply caught up in this one case. I hardly see why we could... I was simply caught up in this one case. I hardly see why we'd cross paths. Bro doesn't get anywhere.
I suppose. But I doubt he would say the same.
I'm not following you.
You'll understand soon enough. The fight has only just begun, Miles Edgeworth. I'll be back in this country soon enough. And when I am, you can be sure I'll pay you back. In full.
Bye, Francisca.
And just like that, she's gone, huh, sir? Thank goodness. I could finally rest easy knowing that I wouldn't have to... knowing that I won't have to watch out for her whip.
Detective Gumshoe, I want to thank you for all your help and cooperation.
Oh, it was nothing, sir. I was just happy to be able to work with you again. I think I'm gonna celebrate by adding a little extra salt to my instant noodles tonight. Gumshoe!
Just how much did you cut his salary by, Francisca? Detective, I was wondering if you might give me a ride down to the prosecutor's office.
Sure thing, sir. I'll even fly down the road in the patrol car if you want.
Don't make me remind you, Detective. Safety first. Thus, I solved the first case upon my arrival home. Francisca von Karma, the smuggling route she was after. The leaders of that ring had already put their trump card into play. And players on the other side of this war. They would begin to make themselves known through the next incident. Edgeworth speaking. Finally, I called who knows how many times earlier, but I couldn't get through. And you are? You've forgotten my voice, Miles, my boy. Mr. Romano. Ernest Romano, correct? Ah, so you do remember me. I know it's rather sudden, but I can't ask this of anyone else. There's been an incident, Miles. My son. He's been kidnapped. Dun dun dun. They keep pulling these cliffhangers, huh? Hooray! Yippee! I did it. Case 2 in one stream. And it only took 4 hours and 30 minutes. I don't know, maybe you should call the police. But what do you do if you are the police? Ernest Armano sounds so familiar, but I don't think I've met him canonically. It won't get longer every time. Oh yeah, no. It's only up from here. Who is that Pokemon? Ah! Okay. Alright. Hooray! Oh my god, clear blue skies. I'm realizing now that the title screen does change after every case you do. Awesome. Great stuff. We love to see it. Hooray! Yippee! I'm gonna check the gallery. I checked this last time, even though they were like, watch out, there's spoilers. But you unlock stuff as you do things, right? Like these are all locked. So it's not like I would get spoiled. Unless like it's like, oh, you know, you haven't met this character yet, that sort of deal. Wow, a dead man. Oh, it's Miles Edgeworth, the man who's... Wow. Okay. What if I just like...
A body has been discovered.
Bing, ding dong dong, bing bong, bing, ding dong, bing bong. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. A wild she has been found. Yeah. Oh, and also this one, this is real fun. So they let you play around with the sprites here too. Like all the different, all the animations that they have. And I'm like, oh, that's... Thank you for this. Ding dong bing bong, have you... I wanna play 100 Line, oh my god. But I was like, I really want to play a 100 Line, but I have so many... I just realized I'm in the middle of the screen, you can't really see. Okay, I want to play 100 Lines so badly, and then I realized there's so many games that I've bought that I need to play, so I figured I might as well play all of those first, and hopefully by the time I finish all of those games, 100 Line would like go on sale. The pointy man to go to jail, he was so annoying. Sometimes, it's a shame, sometimes characters are just annoying, but like not evil. Yeah. Yeah. These are really fun to look through. Oh, right, and you can also change the art style. But it made me realize the pixel art looks really weird in this HD version because the sides are like smaller pixels or something. Like it's like, I don't know. It feels very odd. Because it's like the rest of everything else isn't pixels. Maggie, so cute. Okay, and this is what I wanted to see. Is the new guys. Rhoda to Nero. Do do do. Wow, look at her go! For some reason, Miles Edgeworth is not unlocked. Neither is Gumshoe or Fleck Francisca or any of like the reoccurring characters. I have a feeling maybe they'll only show up after you finish the whole game, which makes sense. It's like maybe there's some animations that's like, oh, it's be a spoiler if you haven't seen it, you know. Cute little run. Oh, shock! Bow! Bow! Turn, 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 turn. Okay. Oh, that's it. Cammy! Also, yeah, so like when she walks, the doll would swing from side to side. Oh my god. Yawn. Is this a remastered version? Yeah. Originally it was for the Nintendo DS, 3DS, DS, Nintendo DS. So it was all pixels, pixel art. Ew. The run. Oh my god. The point. Yeah. What? Interesting that they still brought it like Abby Hicks. They had one for Buddy Faith too, and I was like, low-key, I don't remember them ever doing any sprite, but like yeah, it makes sense. Maybe in like one of the flashback moments they probably had some sprites going on. But yeah. Captain. just yeah, checks out. So confrontation, so these are like the beats poses too that they have, and like, yes, thank you, I can scroll through them. This. Despair, sadness. Wow. Cute. This is really scary. The bubble. I realize now too, when she goes into bubble blower mode, right? Because the entire time her eyes are like completely dead. There's no light in her eyes. Right? And I was like, oh, interesting character design. Thonk emoji. But then it comes back when she's here, when she's awake. So I guess the lack of light in her eyes is just her being out of it. It's like pulling out a cig. Yeah. This one, she's grabbing the plushie's hat. No. Bubbles. And this, which I think we only saw once, like. And then the bubble. Ow. Ew. At least the plushie survived her break. True. Her breakdown could have very easily resulted in like the plushie's head being ripped off or something. Which be gruesome. Oh, this, and he gets blown away. Okay. But yeah, that's what I wanted to check. Teehee! Alright. Yeah, that's it. Goodbye. So I don't know if this is the next one. Because I don't know like investigations that well, but perhaps the next one is it's kidnapping, but I don't remember a kidnapping plot. What I do remember is Edgeworth being at like a like almost an amusement park sort of attraction, and there's a screenshot of the blue badger coming up behind him, like, and it's so scary. I hope it's that next time and we'll see it. I am hoping. Yes. And will that be tomorrow or next week? That's a good question. We'll see. That's a horrible way to end things, but I'm just not sure. It's just like, it's Schrodinger's stream. There's both simultaneously a stream and no stream at the same time. Though part of me doesn't want to, like, I don't want to rush through the game too harshly, and I think the next one might be kind of long. So maybe it'll be next week. So the two, like, next week 2 streams covers 1 case, maybe? And plan it out like that. Perhaps. Perhaps. Okay. Alright, that's it. That's all my thoughts. Bye! Thanks for sticking around.